Greetings everyone, I am General Chaos and holy shit, 75,000 channel views on BitChute. Thank you to each and every one of you that has been watching my content for nearly 3 years now. So, as promised, I'm going to be reviewing the 39 episodes of Medabots Spirits, or Medabots Series 3. Or, if you're like me, you refer to it as the Kilobots Saga. Now, as much as I do actually kind of like Medabots Spirits or the Kilobots Saga, I thought this was where the series kind of degraded in quality a bit, but whatever, I still think it's okay. I still think it's better than everyone else says it is, but with that said, I do understand a lot of the criticisms that the Kilobots Saga has got. More specifically, I understand how everyone hated it when Henry and Koji and, you know, all the other characters from the previous sagas, like, just outright disappeared, like no one even references them, which is really weird. I don't even think Karenbury's name I think it's actually revealed that Ikki actually came second in the World Row Battle Championships, but for some reason it's really inconsistent the way they treat it in this series, which I will get into. But yeah, join me as I review every episode of the Kilobots Saga. Episode 53, Kilobot Rising. So the episode starts and we're introduced to Ginkai, who is excited to receive a Kilobot from Cam. We're not supposed to know who Cam is yet, but whatever. So then we're joined with Ikki, Medabi, Arika and Brass at some sort of Medabot conference where they learn about Medabots and row battling, like the medal and what happens after a row battle. So there's an unveiling of a new Medawatch that has a new feature called Medavision, so the Medafighter can see what their Medabot sees, which Arika ends up embarrassing herself as she gets on the stage and starts taking pictures of it, and in doing so gets made fun of by the screws. Arika states that, well, I needed a close-up, what else was I supposed to do? I don't know, use the zoom in function? Seriously, Arika, you've been using that camera for years now. You mean to tell me you never figured that out? So the new Medawatch is going to be so popular that the people wanting to purchase it had to make a reservation for one. Ikki never made one, so he won't be able to get it straight away. So I want to take this moment to talk about the voice acting. Right away I noticed that Ikki's voice was different. Not in a bad way, I thought it was pretty similar to the voice he had in the previous sagas, and this is something that will come up a couple of times in this saga. So Ikki and Medabi both believe that they'll be shit at row battling because they won't have the watch. What kind of reasoning is that? It's just like before where Ikki thought Medabi would be invincible because he now had the Medaforce. Tak turns into a ventriloquist as he says, "Alright," to Ikki, saying, "Since you're big fans," when he finally agrees to row battle Tak and Common Dog. Also, I get what people are getting at with the colours used in conjunction with the animation, like the cartoon looks washed out, but for me it was only really with the previously mentioned scene. Everything else has looked fine. The battle will begin when this pebble hits the ground, okay? Oh yeah, Mr. Referee isn't in this saga. I mean, he never had to appear for every row battle, just the ones that were relevant to the plot, but that's something else that I know a lot of people got pissed off at with this saga. And honestly, I think it's quite jarring that they took Mr. Referee out. Like, I know they were maybe trying to go for a more serious approach with Medabots Spirits, but I think in some ways it kind of backfired, because honestly, I've seen every episode of Medabots Spirits, and not gonna lie, I think I liked it better when it was a bit goofy, or like really goofy like it was in the previous two sagas. Also, Miss Nye is voiced by the person who did the voice of Karen. The road battle with Ikki and Medabi and Tak and Common Dog ends with Medabi winning, but Ikki teaches Tak about strategy, so it's a really nice moment. Mizunai comes along to greet Ikki and Medabi, and Ikki states being famous is really cool. So, question, where does the Killabot saga take place? Before the World Road Battle Tournament? Is it a spin-off that has nothing to do with the previous two sagas? Worst part is this saga has been known to reference the previous two sagas whenever it felt like it, so what gives? And again, we'll be coming to that in future episodes that I'm going to be reviewing. So Mizunai actually has some of the new Meda watches that she can give to Ikki, so Ikki will no longer moan about how he'll be shit at row battling. The Screws test out their new Meda watches but get ambushed by Ginkai and his Killabot. Peppercat states, sure, just some bent whiskers, when she's asked by Samantha if she's okay after Desperado shot her. Peppercat loses the row battle against Desperado because neither Samantha nor Peppercat were ready, and because Peppercat lost, Desperado gets told to pick up Peppercat's medal, and Ginkai tells Samantha that he'll give it back if the Screws can find Ginkai another opponent to fight. So Ginkai refers to Ikki as the World Road Battle Championship finalist. So all that earlier with Ikki and Medabi becoming confused as to how they were famous just doesn't make any sense. So after Sloane states that Ikki doesn't have the new Meda watch, Samantha says, I know, but her lips don't move even once. But then she says, I know, but I just want Peppercat back. So did they leave a first take-in by accident? Ikki and Medabi finally arrives, and Medabi finally gets what Ginkai was saying when he called Medabi Metal Butt, because it sounded like Medabot, Metal Butt, Medabot, whatever. Ginkai says it's a fight, there are rules. After Ikki calls him a cheater after Desperado starts shooting Medabi before the row battle officially started. What was up with that line delivery? Also, he says there are rules. There are, but you don't think so, because just 5 seconds later Ginkai says a row battle is a fight and there are no rules in a fight. But according to Ikki, a row battle is not a fight, it's a competition where you follow the rules. That's debatable. I mean, the rules part is still pretty sound, but come on, Ikki, be real here, you're still fighting. Ikki tells Medabi to use missile launch, but Medabi uses his precision cannon, which now apparently has a rapid fire mode. Okay. So apparently the heat seeker missiles are now reaction bombs. Huh? Ikki tells Medabi to use the Medaforce after the two run out of options due to Desperado reloading its ammunition, which are not supposed to do in a row battle, but the Medaforce doesn't work on Desperado because Killabots don't have emotion chips like Medabots do, and the Medaforce acts on opponents' emotions. And this is quite possibly my biggest complaint with this saga. Like, what do emotions have to do with anything? The Medaforce looks like it's just some sort of focused energy beam. And how do you program emotions? Like, this is something I've always wanted to know. Like, even before the Killabot saga came along. So Medabi loses the fight, and Ginkai runs off to meet up with the guy who got him Desperado in the first place. And this is where we're introduced to Cam. And this is a character that everyone who's ever been a fan of this cartoon has absolutely hated with a passion. But the thing is, I actually really liked Cam. I like how he's cold and calculating, and he has an emotionless tone of voice whenever he spoke. When I was reviewing all these episodes for this video, I actually got to watch some of Medabots Damashi, and it's basically the original Japanese dub of Medabots Spirits, and Cam's voice is so high-pitched, like he almost sounds like a girl. So what the hell happened? Why does he sound like a girl in the original Japanese dub? It's like, It's one of those really weird instances where I think the English dub was actually better than the Japanese dub, which is just kind of surreal. So the next day, Ikki is still glum about losing to Ginkai, but then Tak comes along to tell Ikki that Erika is being picked on by Ginkai. Mizunai shows up to give Ikki the new Medawatch, but she also gives Medabi some new parts. He looks almost the same before, but he has a slightly different colour scheme, like his missile launcher on the top of his head has some red stripes and shit. Hilariously, when Ikki and Medabi show up to take on Ginkai, Ikki realises that he hasn't programmed the new parts into his Medawatch. So after he sends Medabi's old parts to the house, Ikki and Medabi have to install the new parts onto Medabi's tin pet by hand. And it just completely embarrasses them both in front of Ginkai and Erika. Ikki discovers that Medabi can meta change, and in doing so, he can turn into a car-type Medabot, or he just becomes mobile as if he were a car-type Medabot. Medabi ends up winning by doing some kind of reverse tombstone piledrive on Desperado. Ginkai states, "Whoever heard of a transforming robot?" Which is just hilarious. The lip syncing is so off in this saga though. Like, there seems to be many occasions, at least in this episode alone, where a character hasn't even stopped talking, but the lip movements have, or the lip movements have stopped, but you can still hear dialogue from the character. Also, I'm beginning to see why people think the animation is off. I think it's more consistent than the other two sagas, but I always thought the animation was more static here. Like, not a great deal seems to stand out. Like, the characters are less expressive, and I think it's another reason why I really like the original two sagas. Like, the characters were they were more expressive. Like, it was more animated. It went really over the top, and here it's just, what the hell happened? And I don't think it was ever a great complaint, but the Medabots being able to meta change, so they like turned into vehicles. I can't remember if it actually annoyed one or two people, because it basically made car-type Medabots completely pointless. But I don't know. I don't really remember a lot of people complaining about that, but I think it's just something that I'll just bring up here anyway, just because. This episode gets a final score of 7.5 out of 10. Episode 54, Fighting Temptation. So Medabi is being tested on his speed to see how fast he can run with his new parts, and he ends up crashing when he changes to action mode. Mizunai is concerned when Medabi seems to lose control when he changes to action mode, and Ikki suggests that maybe his new parts are causing the issue. Mizunai thinks that it could actually be Medabi's current tin pet not being able to handle the speed when in action mode, and Mizunai goes on to say that Medabi only won against Desperado through pure luck, and the fact that Desperado isn't a speed-type killerbot. We also learn from Mizunai that the killerbots are made by the Medabot Corporation, and that Mizunai used to work in the development division at the Medabot Corporation. Mizunai tells Ikki to leave Medabi's new parts with her until tomorrow, where there will be more compatible Medabi's tin pet. And we get another Medabi is butt naked joke. So Mizunai makes Ikki and Medabi promise that they won't row battle Ginkai or Cam until Medabi gets his new parts back. I know Medabi lost to Desperado with his old parts, but that was mostly due to the fact that they were fighting in a tunnel, and Medabi for some reason just decided he was just going to shield himself with his arms and not get behind Desperado to take him out that way. Because that's another problem that I had with the Killerbot saga. I think the fighting choreography was a bit off. Like, when the Medabots and Killerbots were fighting, I felt like there was a lack of common sense that you would have seen in the previous two sagas. Also, Spike from the Screws was spying on Icky, Erika, Medaby and Ms. Nye at this point. The Screws tried to find Cam's mansion. As it turns out, they were spying on the previously mentioned so that they could get Kilobot parts in return. After the way Ginkai treated Peppercat in the previous episode, you'd think the Screws, especially Samantha, would want nothing to do with Cam or Ginkai, but apparently so. So Cam offers to give Samantha a high voltage battery in exchange for intel on Icky and Medaby, and it turns out the battery is too powerful for Peppercat to handle. That same evening, Icky and Medaby finally get to meet Cam after they are ambushed by Ginkai and a new Kilobot called Tank Bank. When Icky and Medaby refuse to row-battle Cam and Tank Bank, Cam suggests that they try a tactic that'll motivate them. So this is where the episode gets really stupid for me. 1. It's kinda implied that a Medabot medal is made out of metal, and Tank Bank is made out of a metal too, with the exception of his tractor treads, which could be made out of synthetic rubber like traditional tractor treads. And Tank Bank doesn't look that heavy despite being a tank-type Kilobot. So how is it that Tank Bank just runs over the medals and breaks them as easily as he does when they're at the waterfront, when he goes on that rampage, defeating all those Medabots? 2. The kids are complaining about Tank Bank dealing damage to their Medabots to the point where the Medabot medals are ejected from the Medabots. The whole point of a row battle is to cause that to happen. 3. Why are the kids just standing around? Why didn't they grab their medals before Tank Bank destroyed them? 4. The animation of Tank Bank shooting one of the medals with a salvo missile is just weird. The medal just disappears as soon as the rocket hits it, with a poof of smoke appearing from the medal. And 5. One kid loses to Cam and starts crying, but his Medabot medal is still intact, so why is he crying? You've still got to keep your Medabot medal. After learning about what Cam has done, Medaby decides to avenge the victims of Tank Bank's rampage, but Icky doesn't want Medaby to do so because they promised Ms. Nye that they wouldn't. Are you for real? Do you even need a Medabot to face Cam? Just boot Tank Bank in the face like Erika did in the episode that reintroduced the Rubber Robo Gang. Or introduced them, depending on the order of the episodes that you watched them in. Yeah, it's still really weird that they showed the episodes the way they did on Fox Kids. So Ms. Nye's Medabot Honey tells Icky and Medaby that Cam wants to destroy Medaby's medal because it would destroy Icky and Medaby's friendship amongst their knowledge of row battling. But what about the other kids who had their medals destroyed? Like, aren't they important as well? Why are we just going to treat Icky and Medaby as God's gift to the row battling community? Tank Bank advances on Medaby after the three are spotted by Cam and Ginkai, but Medaby manages to get himself, Icky and Erika to safety by pretending to play rock, paper, scissors with Tank Bank, who looks at his hands in embarrassment. It's actually kind of surreal seeing Tank Bank react the way he does to losing to Medaby at rock, paper, scissors. I feel inclined to point out that Cam stated that he removed the emotion chip out of the Medabot medals, so Tank Bank shouldn't have shown embarrassment like he did, but it was honestly kind of funny. I really don't know why, because it's like it broke its own rule there, but it still managed to be funny. Tank Bank chases Icky, Medaby, Erika and Honey when they get away in Ms. Nye's repair van by using a unicycle part that Cam transports from Tank Bank to use. As you can see here, Tank Bank just looks hilarious, like I can't take him seriously anymore. Tank Bank ends up coming off the road and crashing into a forest after Honey activates the repair van's oil slick. Because of course Ms. Nye can do that with a repair van. That doesn't even make sense. What about the van itself? Doesn't the van need oil in order to function? The next day, Icky and Medaby turn up early at Ms. Nye's workshop, but it turns out Cam and Tankbank had followed them there, despite crashing. Like, you see Tankbank come off the road, it looks like he plummets to his Medabot death. I don't know. Yeah, I really don't fucking know at this point. Honey offers to buy the three more time to fix Medaby's new parts by fighting Tankbank. So Icky and Medaby call off the promise that Miss Nye forced him to keep, and Miss Nye is just like, lol, all good, my shining knights. Like, what the fuck? Everything the last 10 minutes of this episode could have been avoided, you stupid cunt, fuck you. The fight between Medaby and Tankbank just proves that Medaby could have won the row battle against Desperado without his new parts. Medaby looks like he's about to lose to Tankbank, but Icky tells Medaby to shoot 2 specific points on Tankbank, so at least they can tie. Tankbank falls over and states, "Help, I've fallen, I can't get up." Ms. Nye tells Icky and Medaby that she's fixed Medaby's new parts and she stands as a referee for a row battle according to the official Medabot Corporation rules. She also becomes a ventriloquist for about a second when she says all of this during a shot that is panning to the left whilst behind Cam, and as Ms. Nye starts to appear in the shot, her lips don't move for a dialogue. Medaby manages to win effortlessly against Tankbank with his new parts, and Cam vows to see them later with a new Kilobot as he doesn't care about Tankbank anymore. Samantha begs Miss Nye to repair Peppercat because she believes people deserve a second chance. Yeah, tell that to the 3 people who lost their Medabots after Tankbank destroyed their medals. Seriously, what the fuck was up with this episode? Like, it's a complete disaster. Holy shit. I just talked about this episode for just under 10 minutes. Fuck it, let's just wrap this up. It gets a 4 out of 10 from me. Episode 55, Who is the Mysterious Medafighter? So we're only a couple of seconds in and there's already something really wrong with this episode. So Cam gets an email from the Kilobot Corporation asking, has he oversaturated the local market with Kilobots yet? So apparently it's not a division of the Medabot Corporation like Ms. Nye said it was in the previous episode. So after sending a response email to the Kilobot Corporation, Cam orders all the Kilobots to activate and go out and attack the Medabots in the area. We're also introduced to new characters like Mesa, who's in charge of the green hovering Kilobots, Zuru, who is also the mystery Medafighter, and Rakusho. I know his name's Rox now, but fuck it, I'm still going to call him Rakusho. So down by this really weird part of the waterfront where there's a bridge, Erika and Brass end up being challenged to a row battle by Mesa and his multiple hovering Kilobots. Sorry, but why is Erika and Brass just standing there? Why isn't Erika telling Brass to fight back or run away? Icky and Medaby arrive on the scene to save Erika and Brass. The two organise a 2-on-1 row battle, but Mesa calls upon more green hovering Kilobots, and then Rakusho comes along to save Icky and Erika. Erika thanks the mystery Medafighter for helping her and Icky, but he states, I didn't really mean to help you all. All I meant to do was just destroy these Kilobots. Which in turn helped Icky and Erika, you arse. Okay, you have this vendetta against Kilobots, but you still helped Icky and Erika out. Like, what the hell? So Erika brags about how she got a picture of the mystery Medafighter for a school paper to Icky on the screws, and there's a close-up of Samantha as she says, you don't say, as she gets a twinkle in her eye. huh? Back at Cam's mansion, Cam is scolding Messer for allowing every single Killabot in his possession to be taken out by a Medabot, and then the Screws show up to give Cam more intel. There are no words as to just how stupid this episode is. Samantha plots to steal the picture of the mystery Medafighter that Erika took as payment for a Killabot flight part for Peppercat. Icky and Medaby are relaxing on a wall and Medaby states, "Good leaning weather." Erika has an envelope that contains the photo of the mystery Medafighter that she was going to show Icky, but the Screws steal it. Icky and Medaby chase the Screws, but Icky literally bumps into the Medabot that belongs to Suru and gets knocked out, stating, "I should have been a contender, and it's nappy time." Okay, how did Medaby activate action mode without input from Icky on the Medawatch? So the Screws managed to get the envelope to Cam, but the picture is fuzzy and it shows the mystery Medafighter from the back, so Samantha doesn't get the Killabot flight part. Cam suggests that if you want a Medabot that can fly, I suggest you get her a kite. Another genuinely funny moment. Icky befriends Zuru on their way to school and they end up bumping into the Screws. They get caught in the act by Icky and Zuru trying to put up a fake poster advertising that Icky wants to row battle the mystery Medafighter. Icky criticises the fact that he never signs his name with hearts, which is funny, but then criticises the awful grammar, poor spelling and bad sentence structure, which would have been funny had it not been for the fact that all three of those things were fine. What's going on with Zuru? Sometimes his left eye goes missing and other times it's there. Icky states that he'd look like a jerk if it wasn't for his row battling pride, and Samantha sarcastically states, "You're the man, Icky." Icky meets up with the mystery Medafighter and goes ahead with row battling the mystery Medafighter despite clearly stating that he knew it was a trap. But the mystery Medafighter turns him down as he only fights Killabots. He goes on to say that he has been observing the Killabots in the town, plotting to destroy every Medabot within the town. And everyone is at awe at this, despite Cam making that clear when he destroyed 3 Medabots and their medals entirely in the previous episode. At least on screen. It's unknown if he's actually spared any Medafighters' medals, like, since then. Cam arrives and berates the Medabots again, and accepts the mystery Medafighter's offer to row battle. Icky and Medaby get challenged by Messer and his flying squadron of Killabots, but Brass offers to partner up with Medaby, and the Screws offer to partner up with Icky and Erika, but not before accepting Messer's flying part for Killabots. Peppercat has it put on her and somehow manages to lose balance, causing herself to fall to the ground, taking the army of Killabots with her. Which was quite funny, but a little bit confusing, but whatever. Medaby takes out the reinforcements, very easily mind you, rendering this one tense scene completely pointless. So everyone wants the row battle between Rakusho and Frontline, Cam's Killabots of the day, to stop as, for some reason they all think it's too much to handle. How is this any different to any previous row battle? Because it's a Killabot. So Icky criticises the mystery Medafighter for not showing any mercy to Cam's Killabot, so in turn that makes him just as bad as Cam. My hat goes off to anyone who can explain the logic behind Icky's madness here. Like, what's going on? Rakusho is just fighting Frontline. Like, Cam doesn't show mercy to the Medabots. Why should the mystery Medafighter show mercy to Cam? I just don't understand, and even the Japanese dub does this, and it's so weird that they've taken this direction, despite Medabots being a franchise that's been based on nothing but fighting the whole time. So the episode ends with Miss Nai recapping with Icky, Erika, Zuru, the Screws and their respected Medabots on what has happened, and Icky makes this dramatic speech on Medabots being more than metal and plastic. Icky and Medaby both like cake, apparently. I'll give him that is actually quite funny, but this episode still gets a 4 out of 10 from me. Episode 56, Delivery Boy. So it's a hot summer's day and Icky and Medaby are trying to stay cool inside. Medabots states that if I had a tummy, I'd order ice cream, and Icky states that he's not having one installed. What I want to know is, and I know this was a throwaway joke in a previous episode, Icky states that he and Medabots both like cake, but if Medabots doesn't even have a stomach, then how can he like cake? Icky's mum tells Icky to go and take his dad's briefcase to his dad's office. Didn't Icky's dad work for the Select Corps? Like, what the hell happened? Why is he doing an office job now? Icky and Medabots settle their whose turn is it to carry the briefcase now argument, and Icky accidentally smacks Ginkai in the face with Ginkai's ice cream. Hijinks ensue with Ginkai challenging Icky and Medabots to a row battle against his Robin Hood type killer bot Sherwood. That's actually quite funny. They start whispering to each other, and funnily enough Ginkai apparently can't hear them, despite standing really close to them, and then they run away from Ginkai and Sherwood. The lip syncing is actually pretty good in this episode, besides, previous episodes. Icky and Medabots try and hide in a supermarket, but Ginkai and Sherwood manage to keep up. Hilariously, there is no such thing as security personnel in this anime, so everything's okay. Icky and Medabots start throwing vegetables at Ginkai and Sherwood, and in turn, Sherwood ends up slicing them all up, creating plates of salad, which gets an applause from everyone in the shop. There is a random scene of two robbers plotting under a bridge who seem to be planning a heist of sorts, with a gun that has 0 bullets. Icky and Medabots accidentally bump into the robbers, and Peppercat ends up destroying the tyres on the robbers' getaway car as well. They reused the animation of the robbers scheming under the tunnel from before, and they realise they took Icky's dad's briefcase by mistake. Icky and Medabots think they have finally lost Ginkai and Samantha, and Icky even goes as far as to tempt fate by stating, "Just let them try and catch us on foot." And then Ginkai and Samantha turn up in the back of, I'm assuming, a milk wagon. I mean, it's like a pickup truck of sorts. I really don't know. The robbers turn up as well to get the briefcase back from Icky, but Icky and Medabots run away from them, believing the two robbers to be spies trying to steal his dad's documents. So, does Icky's dad still work for the Select Corps? Did his dad get demoted? Or did he get promoted and he's now on the, really super secret council? I honestly don't know at this point. Okay, so Icky and Medabots end up running along a wall, dividing a restaurant up from another building, and Icky shouts to the man and woman sat down at 2 separate tables, "I promised to do all my chores," with Medabots following up with, "I promised to help him." What? Why did Icky and Medabots say those things? They were climbing up and running along a wall dividing 2 restaurants, and they then... Was it supposed to be a PSA? Were they worried that this would teach kids to climb up on walls? And so they added those bits in to say, I promised to do all my chores to, even it out. Because if that is the case, that is really stupid. If not, then that's... I clearly don't get what's going on here. Let's just move on. So as Icky, Medabots, Samantha, Peppercat, Ginkai, Sherwood and the bank robbers run down the street, the bank robbers get spotted by a policeman who just so happened to be sat in his car outside the shop. Didn't you two have disguises? Wasn't that the whole point of trying to get the briefcase back from Icky? You're just going to allow yourselves to get spotted by the police now? Icky states, "I don't understand why I can't lead a normal childhood like any other kid," which is just really funny. What's even funnier is Icky and Medabots go into a subway to try and get a train to where his dad works, and Samantha, Ginkai and the robbers are centimetres away from him, also trying to get a train to where Icky is going. The police turn up with the previously mentioned held at gunpoint getting ready to arrest the bank robbers, but but they all dash inside the subway. The police pursue, but not before checking the timetables for the train that leads to where they're going. How they somehow knew that Icky and the gang were going to Icky's dad's office, I just don't know, but it's really funny. They finally get to board the train to Icky's dad's office, and a voice on the loudspeaker says, "Please refrain from using your mobile phones, smoking, and road battling as they bother the other passengers." And just brilliant. Apparently Icky thinks Samantha and Ginkai look cute together when she asks why did Icky set her up in the supermarket. Icky fears the worst when Medabots gets thrown out of the moving train by Sherwood, but Medabots manages to climb back into the train as he states, "Good thing I wore my magnetic underwear." Ginkai says he'll knock Medabots out of his underwear. Okay. Icky and Medabots manage to get off the train and are getting closer to where Icky's dad works. Unfortunately for Icky and Medabots, Ginkai, Sherwood and the robbers catch up with Icky and Medabots. Medabots suggests that he stays behind to prevent them from getting at Icky, so that Icky can finally get his dad's briefcase to his dad. Nobody in the meeting room notices Medabots fighting Sherwood. I love it. What I don't get is Medabots is no longer receiving orders from Icky, nor is Icky even looking at his Medawatch, so how is Medabots able to fight against Sherwood here? So Icky manages to meet up with his dad, but the correct briefcase makes its way into Icky's dad's possession, and Icky finally gets to learn why the robbers have been chasing him. The episode ends with Samantha and Peppercat never making it back home, implying that they got the wrong train, trying to follow Icky and Medabots, which is just brilliant. This episode gets a 9.5 out of 10. I would have scored it a perfect 10, and I really wanted to, but there were just some weird moments here and there that just kind of stopped that from happening. Nevertheless, this episode deserved to be a thing in the saga. Like, it was just so nice to finally get a really good, funny, goofy episode. Like, this is what makes Medabots. Like, this is what made me really like Medabots from the start. Episode 57, Scoop of the Century. So apparently one of the teachers at the school likes to sellotape the ends of pencils together so he can continue using them, because there's a rising cost in pencils? What? And because of a lack of interest with the journalist club and the broadcasting club, the two clubs will have to merge into one, which Eureka and Zumi don't like one bit, so they compete with each other to see who is better. Zumi ends up meeting Cam right out of nowhere after Zumi trips and breaks his high-quality digital camera. Eureka decides to interview Icky and Medabots about coming second in the World Row Battle tournament. But didn't the row battle end in a tie? What with Medabots and Warbandit freezing in place? Or is everyone referring to the row battle Icky and Victor had after Dr. Medieval went up into the sky with Hushi? I mean, if so, then that sucks that Icky canonically loses to Victor. So this is where it gets confusing. Eureka says that Icky and Medabots will become instant celebrities, but everyone is already aware of Icky and Medabots finishing in second in the World Row Battle tournament. Also, when did Icky become so superficial about the idea of having fans? He was never this egotistical. Cam explains to Zumi that he'll help him with some special equipment. A lorry arrives with the package and Zumi asks, "How is a box going to help me?" "Why don't you try opening the box first, you idiot?" The killer bot comes to life as photo shoot, and it ominously asks, "What would you like to shoot?" I know its main method of attack is an entwining film attack, and it goes on to say, "There's no angle, no shots my lens cannot take," implying that it can only take pictures, but damn. What would you like to shoot? So the interview with Icky and Medabots is made public, and despite one part of the article saying, "We just want to thank all of our fans and supporters," I think these two mean the same thing, but okay. We couldn't have done it without you, you're all beautiful. One kid proclaims, wow, these guys are so full of themselves. What? How are Icky and Medabots full of themselves by saying that? But the attention from Erika's interview quickly gets shelved as Zumi and photo shoots had somehow put together a compilation of pratfalls and mishaps that Icky endured. Medabots tells Icky that he's embarrassed to be seen with him after Zumi's video got out, but strangely Icky takes it all in good faith as he just sees himself as a celebrity now. Icky and Medabots have an unsuspecting picture of them taken by Erika and Brass. Erika proclaims that she's going to make Icky famous, even though he technically already is. Icky finds out about what Erika has done and he's understandably upset, but Erika just chastises him by sarcastically stating that the big hero actually had to pay attention in school and asking if Icky wants to go back to being a nobody again. She's such a bitch in this episode, is Erika. Even more so than what she used to be. Like, she even runs off like she's the victim in all of this too. So what if both clubs merge together? I don't think this episode is badly written, or Erika is out of character maybe a tiny bit, but I think she was seriously bratty, especially here. But resorting to creating gossip about your best friend, like, that's just the worst part about this episode. Erika almost falls out with Brass because Erika thinks Brass wants her to lose, but all Brass said was she doesn't like how Erika has changed her journalistic technique. Erika and Brass run into Zumi and photo shoot, and Brass ends up getting her medal ejected by photo shoot. Zumi hands her back a camera with a photo of Erika in defeat, and Erika just gets mad at Zumi rather than feeling sympathy for Brass. If Erika wasn't out of character before, she seriously is now. So Moira, who is one of Erika's friends, goes to Erika because Photoshoot got a picture of her from before, sneaking a love letter into her crush's bag. Erika looks like she finally understands where her journalism has got her, but after Zumi, who's supposed to be the villain, mind you, points out all the shitty things Erika has done, he asks her, who do you think you are? Erika responds with, a journalist, and I'm just sat here like, fuck you, Erika. Icky and Medabots arrive on the scene. Icky says hi to Moira, but for some reason he says hi through his teeth like he's embarrassed. Like, what's going on? So Brass defeats Photoshoot and Zumi will lose the broadcasting club, but I thought the two clubs were just going to merge. Apparently Erika learned that she was wrong to do what she did, the key word being apparently, and the clubs don't have to merge after all, so this episode was just pointless. There's also Moira befriending Brandon, even though it was heavily implied throughout the episode that she had a crush on him. There's a joke about Icky having tons of homework still to do. You know, it just occurred to me, what was Cam getting out of all of this? Did Cam even need to be in this episode? It's just so... I don't get this episode. Like, I remembered hating this when I was a lot younger, and I just think this episode sucks even now. This episode gets a 3.5 out of 10. Episode 58, Robbed Zombies. So after getting his ass kicked in a tag team row battle, a kid with a really cool Medabot called Dracudon meets Cam, who wishes to help the kid by giving him an edge. Samantha and Peppercat get a letter from Sloane telling them to meet him at the school because it was urgent at night, but it turns out it was a trap. Erika meets up with Icky, the Screw, Zuru and Miss Nine, explains to them that there's a monster going around challenging Medabots to a row battle and then infecting those Medabots and making them sick. Not exactly any different to other Medabots challenging each other normally, but whatever. Samantha returns to a house where Pepper Cat is lying motionless on a bed. At that moment she receives a message from Cam, who just happens to know that Pepper Cat is not functioning properly and can fix her. Erika and Brass get Icky and Medaby to come along to the school to discover what the previously mentioned monster looks like, because she needs to protect her, but she really meant Medaby. Icky, Erika, Medaby and Brass become scared when things start happening in the school, like unexplained baby cries and firefly-esque lights appearing. The four discover that the Screws are behind all the strange goings on when they discover a faceless Samantha playing the piano in one of the rooms, and a zombified Pepper Cat who manages to shock Brass. Icky, Medaby and Erika escape the hallways and hide out in one of the science rooms. They come across a casket which Icky explains to Medaby that it's used to store... Actually, I don't know what Icky says it's used for, as he sounds really high-pitched and incoherent. I mean, I know that it's used to store dead bodies and everything. You know, it's basically a coffin, but... They encounter Dracudon, who was hiding in the casket. The Medafighter who has Dracudon also starts acting like a vampire for some reason. I'm deeply confused why he thought the spiky hair and vampire fangs were necessary, and why pretending to be a vampire just as a whole. So Medaby seems to be struggling to defeat Dracudon, and no one thinks to use the Medaforce. I mean, it's not like he's fighting a killer bot this time. The kid realised he misses Dracudon's old self, so he tells Dracudon to stand down. He explains to Icky, Erika and Medaby why he went along with Cam's offer in the first place. Cam arrives with the zombified Medabots and his killer bot of the day, Cutter. So Cutter goes in to strike Medaby, but he ends up hitting Dracudon instead, but there's no sound effect of the blade hitting Dracudon. So the Medabots get changed back to normal, which forces Cam and Cutter to run away in defeat. Dracudon comes back to life with the kid crying a tear that lands on Dracudon. Okay, how did crying cause Dracudon to revert back to normal? So Ms. Nye manages to change Dracudon back to normal, even though he looked like he's already been changed back, and Medaby starts asking Dracudon questions like, is he really a vampire? Dracudon apparently uses sunscreen so he can get out into the sun. Kind of amusing, but I mean, he's a Medabot, so why would sunlight affect a machine? So after each episode, Medaby appears like Mr. Referee did at the end of the episodes on the previous sagas. This time he asks, if they make vampire Medabots, do they make werewolf Medabots too? I mean, there was that time Medaby had to row battle a ghost type Medabot, so yeah. Also, how come Zuru, the mystery Medafighter, was unaffected by the plot of this episode? His Medabots never appear once. Even that flying Medabot, Zoru 2, it just never appears in this episode. Like, you'd think something like this, Zuru would be all over. It's kind of weird, but yeah, this episode was okay. There's a lot of stuff in this episode that I really like. There's that scene with Icky and Medaby are imagining themselves walking down the street, and then all of a sudden they're just attacked by rogue Medabots that have been turned into vampires. That was really cool. And all in all, he gets a 7.5 out of 10 from me. Episode 59, Lights, Camera, Row Battle. Icky and Medaby are watching a TV programme and they both get chosen to appear as guest stars. Cam and Ginkai plan to ambush Icky and Medaby when he appears on TV with the new killer bot of the day. So there's a pool city in this universe, with a swimming pool that's got a deep end which is now 50% deeper. Okay. So Zuru catches a glimpse of Icky and Medaby on TV and he appears angered by them being on TV. I'm guessing he just kind of knew Ginkai and Cam would be there to ruin the fun, but how did he know that, if that really was the case? And if he was just angry that Icky and Medaby were on TV, then was it really just because they were lucky enough to get picked? I mean, fair enough. The Screws and Eureka start to think that there is something wrong with Icky and Medaby because they're being really modest about one another. That's hilarious. Ginkai appears with Loch Nex, a new Kilobot made by the Kilobot Corporation. Strangely enough, Icky and Medaby don't engage Ginkai to start off with, which is a bit strange for the two, but then Ginkai gets Loch Nex to attack Medaby and they have a row battle. Medaby looks like he is about to effortlessly win against Loch Nex, but Ginkai switches the leg parts for something that kind of looks like a snake tail. What's worse is Cam has set another Loch Nex after Medaby, and it grabs hold of him and drags him to the bottom of the pool. Medaby loses to both Loch Nex, oddly enough. Cam drives away and Ginkai goes over to Icky to rub some salt into the wound. But Icky challenges Ginkai to a rematch. Eureka starts asking Icky about dropping out of the rematch because Ginkai beat him so effortlessly. Was Eureka watching the row battle at all? How did everybody miss the thing that was pulling Medaby down into the water? Eureka runs away crying because she thinks Icky is pointlessly sacrificing Medaby. I mean, I can kind of see why with Cam trying to destroy Medabot medals in the past, but Icky and Ginkai have agreed to an official row battle with actual rules and shit. Icky defeated Cam this way, so why not Ginkai? Icky now regrets challenging Ginkai because Medaby lost last time due to Loch Nex dragging Medaby into the water. So why Icky doesn't suggest that Medaby uses watertight Medaparts, I'll never know. The Screws spy on Icky skipping stones across the lake, and what they take away from that is that Medaby plans to attack Ginkai's Kilobot with stones. Ginkai feels like the Screws are wasting his time and they run away. Eureka catches Icky and Medaby training in the swimming pool. After a pep talk, Icky and Medaby try again with their unnecessary technique because they have leg parts that were built for swimming. So the day comes with Icky and Ginkai and their rematch, with Cam acting in secret again. Medaby tries his technique again, only to get hit by a trident from Cam's Kilobot under the water in the pool. Medaby finally wins and Cam goes back to his house in defeat, but it turns out he has another Kilobot already made and ready for him in the form of Unitrix, a Kilobot that kind of looks like a cross between War Bandit and Similodon. Now I'm just going to take this time just to talk about Unitrix and XR. Now, here's the thing. I didn't really mind all that much. I mean, yeah, Unitrix, like I said, he does look like a cross between War Bandit and Similodon. But, I don't know. He still kind of looks cool, and so does XR as well. But I do kind of see where people are coming from. Like, yeah, maybe they should have, like, I don't know, made their own Kilobot, you know, made XR, Unitrix like their own models and everything, but whatever. This episode gets a final score of 9 out of 10 from me. I mean, even with that whole thing of Medaby and Icky trying to learn a whole new technique to beat Loch Nex, yeah, they could have just used water-based leg parts, but I don't know. I mean, I do like them trying to learn a new technique as well. It was still kind of fascinating to watch, and it did kind of work in the end, but I don't know. It still would have been nice to have seen Icky and Medaby, like, swapping out different parts, you know, because that was the whole point of Medabots. Episode 60, Dark Alliance Part 1. Ginkai encounters the Mystery Medafighter and gets challenged to a row battle. The Mystery Medafighter says he's going to destroy Ginkai's Kilobot, but he just has Rakusho land a final blow, causing the Kilobot's medal to eject. Cam was watching the whole time and states that he likes the Mystery Medafighter, before having Eddie, his butler or assistant, drive him home. So Ikki, Erika, Zuru and Ikki's parents were all going to the beach, but Ikki wanted Medaby to stay at home so he could be charged up. So apparently Medabots having to charge up their tin pets is a thing now. Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't ever a thing before. And there was no mentioning of Medabots even having chargeable batteries. The scene with Medaby throwing a tantrum over having to stay behind is pretty funny though. The Screws discover all of this and decide to tell Cam. Ginkai tests out Unitrix, the new Medabot of the day, on some Rakusho clones to see if Unitrix is any good, and the action in the scenes with Unitrix fighting the clones is brilliant. Cam tells Ginkai that he can keep Unitrix, and the Screws tell Ginkai and Cam about Medaby not being fully charged and at the beach. At the beach, Medaby surfs along the waves and can magically teleport back onto the board by the looks of things, while Zuru looks on deeply concerned. Ikki gets money for his mum so he can buy everyone lemonade, but the Screws come along and tell Ikki he can get free lemonade from another stall, so foolishly he and Medaby go there. He says he could keep the money he got from his mum all to himself. Ikki's made mistakes before, but he's never this naive, and really that's kind of a dickheadish thing to do. Ikki finds out, surprise surprise, that he was tricked by the Screws. How much of this could you really blame on the Screws? I mean, Ikki kind of did this to himself. And what happened to Erika and Zuru? Why weren't they there with Ikki and Medaby to kind of help out already? It's almost as if the episode needed Erika and Zuru to not be there so Ikki could kind of be an idiot here in order for the plot to move forward. Erika and Zuru suspect something is wrong, so Zuru goes to see if Ikki needs help with the drinks. And what's really weird is Zuru is really concerned about Medaby throughout this whole episode, and yet he doesn't go with Ikki when he goes to get the lemonade, so it's like, yeah, why weren't you with Ikki? And to no surprise, Medaby's battery goes flat during the row battle that Medaby has with Ginkai and Unitrix. But the mystery Medafighter appears and has Rakusho challenge Unitrix to a row battle. Interestingly enough, Rakusho hides in the sand, but Ginkai could still pick him up on the thermal computer in his watch. You'd think he wouldn't be able to see as how it's sand and sand gets really hot. I mean, maybe you still could pick someone up on thermal technology even if they're hiding in sand, but I don't know. Rakusho ends up losing to Unitrix, and Ikki can't believe that he lost to a killer bot, despite losing to Desperado in the first episode and Loch Nex in the previous episode. Cam tells the mystery Medafighter that he has a proposition for him, and Miznai tells Ikki that he was being selfish despite Medaby being the reason why Ikki was in that position in the first place. Because Medaby really wanted to fight Unitrix. Despite Ikki, not wanting Medaby to be a part of that, but anyway. Miznai tells Ikki that she wants him and Medaby to stay away from killer bots from now on. I can kind of see why, again with Cam historically destroying Medabot medals, but he hasn't done that for quite some time now, and Ginkai and the other rogue Medafighters seem to be more merciful than Cam, so what's the big deal if Medaby fights more killerbots? Cam asks the mystery Medafighter why he hates killerbots and wishes to show him a killerbot prototype called Exor, who looks like a modified Similodon. The mystery Medafighter is impressed by Exor, and Cam agrees to give him Exor, but under two conditions. Denouncing Rakusho, which Rakusho for some reason seems fine with, and never ever questions. And the other condition we don't hear Cam state straight away. And this is where the episode gets really stupid, because Samantha gets Peppercat another Killabot part. This is the third time that the Screws fall for Ginkai and Cam giving them parts that are obviously not compatible with Medabots. It's kind of depressing what happened with the Screws in the Killabot saga. It's like they're really dumbed down. I mean, they already were kind of dumb, but they were never lacking in common sense. Also, why does the gun part sound like it's blowing bubbles at the screws when it's malfunctioning? It's clearly firing bullets or lasers or whatever. Fucking censorship. Ikki, Medabi, Erika and Brass go in search for Ginkai and Cam, and they come across the abandoned arcade from before. Ikki has this moment to himself where he apologises to Miss Nye for going back on a promise. So the gang enter the hideout and Ikki shouts over to Ginkai that they're back to settle the score. First of all, this is the first time you've been here. Second, there's a shot where Ginkai puts a can of Coke or pop down on the table, and you can see his Medawatch in his wrist, but it looks incomplete, like the actual band for the watch is missing a link, so it doesn't completely link around his wrist. So the other condition was that the mystery Medafighter has to defeat Ikki with XR. This episode is alright. I mean, it has some weird flaws here and there, but overall it's not that bad. It gets a 5 out of 10 from me. Episode 61, Dark Alliance Part 2. So Ikki gets challenged to a row battle against the mystery Medafighter, but Ginkai is also row battling Ikki. Why didn't Erika get Brass to help Medabi if it turned out Medabi was just going to be ganged up on? So as Medabi is being repaired by Ms. Nye at a workshop, the mystery Medafighter goes forth and destroys killer bots with XR, or rather he destroys their medals. Ginkai thinks it's weird that he's letting the mystery Medafighter destroy all the killer bots in town, but Cam simply states that killer bots or a Medafighter that uses a killer bot that loses is not worth his time. And yet Cam still hangs out with Ginkai, and Cam has also lost row battles himself. Erika and Brass gets Ikki and Medabi to come along to find out who the mystery Medafighter really is. The mystery Medafighter starts to question what he's doing after XR responds to a question with, "I do not understand that command." Meanwhile, Ikki, Medabi, Erika and Brass run into Rakusho, thinking he may know who the mystery Medafighter is. They find out that he abandoned Rakusho, and yeah, I was kidding when I said Rakusho was taking it well, but he really is. Medabi suggests that he stays at Ikki's house, and Rakusho starts to have an epiphany when he sees Ikki and Medabi arguing over video games. Meanwhile, Ginkai and the mystery Medafighter are about to row battle each other. Ginkai thinks Cam doesn't know where he is, but Cam is watching them both through a hidden spider camera. Ikki and Medabi try and outdo each other on who has the better hiding spot and camouflage, and Rakusho appears and tells them both that he thinks that they're lucky, as Rakusho admits that he has never argued or got to laugh with his Medafighter. They all end up finding the mystery Medafighter, and Ikki has Rakusho fight XR. The mystery Medafighter denounces XR, and Rakusho becomes friends with the mystery Medafighter again. Cam appears and takes XR's watch, and so a tag team row battle occurs with Ikki and the mystery Medafighter versus Cam and Ginkai. Rakusho has his battery damaged during the row battle, but then he just switches to the problem being that he's low on power. XR goes to finish him when Rakusho finally shuts down, but Rakusho finishes off XR because Medabots have spirits apparently. Despite this episode and the previous episode making it clear that a Medabot needed to be regularly charged up, which was never an issue. This episode is really confusing. So Cam gets really shocked when the mystery Medafighter says that Medabots have spirit, something killer bots will never have. And here's the thing about the way Cam reacts, like, he almost looks saddened as well. So was the episode foreshadowing what happens later on? I'm not entirely sure. But all in all, this episode gets a 5 out of 10. Episode 62, Red Runaway. Okay, so not even a full minute into this episode and there's already quite a massive problem with it. So why did Red Run have his medal still inside his tin pet? Why wasn't he fully deactivated so transporting Red Run in the van was easier than it needed to be? So a little bit later on, after the crash with the van and Red Run escaping, one of the scientists who worked on Red Run tells Cam via some form of Skype that there was a malfunction that caused Red Run to destroy half the building that he was being created in. But the scientist managed to detain Red Run and send him away somewhere safer. The scientist goes on to say that even though Red Run is on a rampage at this moment in time, Red Run, however, will not pursue anyone's Medabots if he feels that they are not strong enough for him to challenge. But the scientist also goes on to say that so long as no one tries to attack Red Run, then everyone will be fine. The scientist is also hoping that Cam won't tell his dad about any of this, but... Okay, 3 things. 1. Red Run is designed to not face any Medabots that he thinks are stronger than him. So why does the scientist follow that up by saying that as long as no one tries to attack Red Run, then everything will be fine? Like, surely Red Run would turn around to a Medabot and say, okay, I don't deem you strong enough, I'm just gonna go about my merry way, destroying everything. 2. How is Cam's dad not going to find out about all of this? Surely there'll be at least one news reporter trying to broadcast this dilemma, even if it is a children's toy. Like, come on, let's be real here. You've got all this shit being destroyed in the town. Who's not going to report that? How is Cam's dad not going to find out about this? 3. Where the hell are the Select Corps? Or the army? Or the police? Like, do they no longer exist in the Medabots universe? I mean, I know the police exist. The episode Delivery Boy made sure of that, you know? You know, why aren't the police, like, attempting to shoot the Medabots with their guns? Why is any of this happening? Icky and Medaby are out taking a walk in their town when they hear cars honking and loads of traffic just piling up. Then they discover Red Run. Red Run takes out a delivery van by using a laser to cut it in half, and the driver states, "Now I have to make 2 deliveries." Red Run tries to destroy a bus full of kids, but Medaby stops him. Red Run determines that Medaby isn't a worthy opponent. Medaby gets slapped by Red Run and gets sent flying into the side of a shop wall, and then he decides to fight Red Run. Icky has Medaby enter action mode and tries to knock Red Run down, but Red Run hilariously stops Medaby with just 1 finger, as you can see here. Medaby gets fixed up by Ms. Nye when she arrives, just as Icky was about to flee the area, and she explains that Red Run is a newer killerbot model that could really hurt the Medabot Corporation, because something to do with killerbots being made solely for violence and destruction. Okay. All of this sounds so similar to how Medabots acts, though. The only difference between Medabots and killerbots seems to be that killerbots have modified medals that don't have an emotion chip like what Medabots have. So yeah, it's kind of like, what's the difference? A bullet will still make the same sound no matter what country it was made in. Lasers can still hurt you, they can even pierce you. You know, it's even been proven, albeit comedically, that Medabots can actually hurt humans in like past episodes. So yeah, what is the difference between a Medabot and a killerbot besides the whole bullshit emotion chip thing? Ms. Nye suggests that Medaby somehow learns demolition mode. Meanwhile, Cam and Ginkai try to subdue Red Run using Unitrix and XR. They both can't seem to do so, so Cam tries to get the help of someone who thinks they can subdue Red Run. Whilst Icky, Arika and Ms. Nye try to get Medaby to practice transforming to demolition mode quicker, the Screws team up to take on Red Run together. Still no Select Corps or a military to deal with this kind of shit. Ginkai tries to help his Keelerbot Unitrix escape Red Run, but can only lock it inside. I think it's a vending machine, but it has a handle on the front like it's a fridge or something. Also, Unitrix medal ejects from Unitrix, but we never see Ginkai actually retrieve Unitrix, or the medal. The Screws engage Redrun, but their Medabots end up getting their asses kicked. I just don't understand why the Screws are crying. Sure, they lost, but they've been defeated in row battles before. What is seriously the difference between Redrun beating them and a Medabot beating them? I mean, shit, the Screws still get to keep their medals, so... like, what's the big deal? Medabi and Rakusho team up with the mystery Medafighter, having Rakusho restrain Redrun from behind by placing him in a full Nelson, and Ikki getting Medabi to use Demolition Mode to shoot Redrun, but it's not enough. But then Cam arrives just as Redrun powers down and explains that he found out earlier that Redrun was on a 24-hour test run before he would power off. Ms. Nice says if Redrun is left under Cam's control, he could be a powerful enemy. So basically like all the other killer bots that Cam has ever built. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, I mean, I know Redrun has been shown like physically destroying buildings and shit, but I mean, the other killer bots have been shown causing destruction as well. I mean, not on the same level as Redrun, but it's like, you know, you've got the rogue Medafighters just telling the killer bots to do whatever the fuck they want. So, again, it's like, what's the difference? This episode gets a 6 out of 10. Episode 63, Erika's Secret Garden. Fun fact, I used to really hate this episode when I was younger. But when I reviewed this episode for this video, I came out thinking it was actually a lot better than I'd given it credit for. I mean, Erika's kind of annoying. Hell, I wouldn't even say she was really annoying. She was just kind of being a bit of a brat, you know. There's this whole thing where they're going back and forth, you know, who's better, boys or girls, and whatever. It's compared to what Erika's done in previous episodes, this really wasn't all that bad, if I'm honest. So, yeah. Just pass it off as Erika, just up to her no good tricks again, really. So the episode starts off with a kid handing out flyers to the other kids as they're leaving school, and the animation on him is kind of weird. The flyers talk about how there is a reward for anyone who can obtain the identity of the mystery Medafighter. So Erika apparently has a secret in the form of a garden.
Roll credit.
No, fuck you, CinemaSins. Erika and Brass think that if Erika's friends ever find out about it, then they would turn the flower beds into bunkers and the trees into booby traps. It's really weird. Just reading all of this now, the notes that I took for this episode, and yeah, it was one of the main reasons why I really hated this episode, as you just heard me talk about previously, and honestly, it's just kind of boring, really. Looking back on it now, like, I think this was the kind of thing that a lot of cartoons were kind of doing in, like, during the 90s, and I think sometime in, like, the early 2000s. It's just kind of boring. Like, there's really nothing nuance ever gets added to them kind of episodes, but whatever. Suddenly, Erika and Brass hear the sounds of other kids and their Medabots, and fear that their secret is about to be ruined. It turns out one of those kids is the mystery Medafighter being cornered by some guys from before, but Rakusho takes out all three of the opposing Medabots effortlessly. One kid states that he's going to take up stamp collecting when Rakusho defeats his Medabot, and the mystery Medafighter tells him, "You'd still get a paper cut from stamps, I'd recommend flower arranging." One kid exclaims, "How come you get all the zingers?" Erika gets mad at the mystery Medafighter when he accidentally steps on some flowers, and Erika insults him by saying he hides his face because deep down the mystery Medafighter hates himself, or something. The mystery Medafighter tells Erika that she's pretty and runs away. That escalated quickly. Erika bargains with Icky so she can get help tracking down the mystery Medafighter. As you can see here, Icky is eating what I think's a popsicle, and all the time he's talking to Erika, he's somehow managing to hold it in his mouth, like without it falling out of his mouth. Meanwhile, Cam is talking to the kid from before who was handing out flyers, and Cam tells the kid that he can have Cam's Kilobot of the day, Hanu Monkey. So because the mystery Medafighter knows about Erika's secret, there is zero evidence of this. Erika realises that Zoo has heard a little bit of brass in a conversation about the secret garden, and she tells Zuru off for listening in on a private conversation, despite all three being outside in a public place where anyone could have heard them. So in order to capture the mystery Medafighter, Erika and Brass have Zuru dig a large pit for the mystery Medafighter to fall into, so Erika can trap and expose him. Zuru and Brass point out that Erika is dealing with this the wrong way, with Zuru rightfully pointing out that Erika is ironically turning her secret garden into what she didn't want it to turn into before. But Erika, for whatever reason, cannot see it that way because she's a brat. Erika also thinks that the mystery Medafighter came to her garden to row battle, which isn't the case at all. It's like purely coincidental that he just so happened to wind up in Erika's secret garden, which I think was something else that I also didn't like about this episode before. Like, where Erika and Brass started making the secret garden, that's like, surely that's public property anyway. So it's like anyone could have found her secret garden eventually. I'm pretty sure Erika actually steals like a lot of the like gardening equipment that she uses for the garden anyway. Like, they run through a construction site like earlier on in the episode, so it's like, I don't know, maybe she bought the soil and everything, but I don't know. Later on, Zuru leaves Erika and Brass but comes back as the mystery Medafighter to a temple in the Sim Forest. He meets the kid from before who had made a deal with Cam, and they both end up row battling when the mystery Medafighter refuses to meet Cam. Erika catches wind of this and tells Icky to meet her at the temple. Erika manages to get a picture of the mystery Medafighter when the wind starts to pick up, temporarily revealing his face through his cape. Icky finally arrives when Erika gets cornered by triplets of the guy who are working for Cam, who also have Hanu Monkey. They proceed to team up on Medaby, but the mystery Medafighter and Rakusho help Medaby defeat all three Hanu Monkeys. The triplets run away with one of them saying, "Let's keep this a secret. I think Cam's gonna find out sooner or later that you were defeated. What, are you three seriously considering leaving town? Does Cam work for the Mafia or something? He's not that unforgiving." Erika refuses to give the mystery Medafighter the memory card containing his picture, and at this point I'm like, just give it to him. That's his picture. You know, your garden's safe now and everything. Like, Erika tricks Icky into thinking that the memory card from a camera has the Royal Rumble that Erika promised him from earlier in return for him helping her. And the row battle ends with Rakusho allowing Medaby to get the finishing blow on Rakusho, and the episode wraps up with Icky not getting the Royal Rumble picks that he was promised, and Erika allowing the mystery Medafighter to return to her garden anytime he wanted. I think that's another reason why I didn't like the episode originally. Erika not giving Icky the Royal Rumble pictures that she promised he'd give him, because I just thought that was like a really shitty thing to do. But honestly, like I said, this episode really wasn't that bad. It wasn't as bad as I remembered it was. In fact, this episode looks really nice in places. There's a couple of shots where you've got the characters either just outside like a massive place where there's loads of trees and everything, and there's loads of god rays coming in between the trees, and it just looks really nice. It's a really nice, pretty episode, this. It does have some flaws here and there, but honestly, I didn't think it was all that bad. Like, the plot's pretty good. Like, you really think the mystery Medafighter is going to finally have his face revealed and everything, but it's good overall. I give it a 9 out of 10. Episode 64, Medabots out-of-body experience. So the anime reintroduces us to Dr. Aki, who sounds like he's pretty much voiced by the same guy. That's just an observation. That's nothing for or against the cartoon for doing so. There's a lame joke with Ikki spotting all the snacks that have been prepared for them as they test the new Medabots, Arc-Beetle and Tyrell Beetle. Don't know why I called him Arc-Beetle. I think I'm getting a bit confused here because it's basically Arc-Beetle, like what base Medafighter X had, but for some reason he's called Arc-Dash here. So yeah. Anyway. Okay, so it turns out that the Screws were supposed to meet up with Ikki and Zuru, but they end up getting lost. There's a lame joke with the map apparently being instructions to a VHS player. Like, it took you that long to realise there were instructions to a... Normally instructions to a VHS player, they say VHS player on the front, you know. And why would it look like a map? Like, I'm sure the instructions are pretty much in booklet form. I know it sounds like I'm being, like, nitpicky here, but fuck it, the joke doesn't work, I don't think. They run into Ginkai at the subway, and Samantha offers to smuggle Ginkai into Dr. Aki's lab in exchange for action mode for Peppercat. I'd be annoyed if it wasn't for the fact that this is the 4th time that Samantha has done this, but I don't care anymore. And with her asking for action mode in return sounds strange. Like, I thought she already had action mode, seeing as how she had the new Meda Watch. So the people who work for Dr. Aki are Meda scientists rather than just scientists. Why is the anime trying to add, like, meta onto the front of everything? Like, we had Ikki constantly shouting "Holy Meda Roly." Why Meda Roly? I think it's supposed to be a play on "Holy Free Holy," that really cringy saying, but I'd rather he just said "Holy shit," honestly, or "Holy crap." I know it's a kids program, but whatever. Dr. Aki thanks Medabi for being brave, to which Medabi replies, "You say that to all the Medabots." Medabi comments, "They do realise I'm still in the room," when Ikki and Zuru can't bring themselves to say anything about the new Medabots because they think they're brilliant. So before the new Medabots are tested, Ikki and Zuru are given more backstory into past events of greed and power that nearly tore apart the world of Medabots by Dr. Aki. So a quarrel with a man called Meizu caused the killer bots to become a thing. So Ikki takes Medabi's medal out of the tin pet so it can be placed into Arc-Beetle. Or Arc-Dash. Fuck, I'm just going to call him Arc-Beetle Dash. But see, this is where it gets weird. So Medabi says, "Yo, be careful and make sure your hands aren't too cold." Thing is, he says that. As he's saying that, his medal has already been ejected from the tin pet. How was Medabi still able to communicate with Ikki without a Meda Watch or tin pet? And it's a medal. How is Medabi able to feel like coldness or heat? You know, it's the medal. You know, you can't. That's a really confusing scene. Medabi has difficulty moving at first because he's not used to Arc-Beetle Dash's parts, so Ikki gives him a starting push, as you can see here from the screenshot. Why is it taking so long for this test row battle to start? Is what I was very nearly saying as Dr. Aki starts talking about the arena that he has Ikki and Zuru row battling and about it having secret panels and such. Zuru goes first and he proves to be very good at controlling Tyrell Beetle, or Gorham 2 as he calls it. Ginkai and the Screws start secretly spying on Ikki, Zuru, Medabi and Tyrell Beetle and Dr. Aki, and so they discover that Medabi is no longer in his original body, so Ginkai has Unitrix spy on Medabi. So Ginkai apparently made stealing Medabi's body parts of the deal. Okay. I mean, I thought the idea was that they wanted to destroy Medabi's medal. I mean, destroying his body, I mean, that would inconvenience Ikki and Medabi, but Ikki could still use Medabi's medal in another Medabot. I don't know. The alarm goes off as the Screws steal Medabi's body, despite Ikki granting them access earlier. It's a good thing that nobody looked behind themselves as the alarms went off, or the Screws would have been caught. So Ginkai challenges Ikki to a row battle, and at one point Ikki gets Medabi to trick Unitrix by having him follow Medabi down an alleyway. But it turns out it was a dead end and Medabi can't turn around. But Ikki has Medabi walk backwards as Unitrix continues to shoot Medabi from behind. Medabi does a backflip and finishes Unitrix in one shot. One of the scientists claims there's minimal damage, but Ikki's watch clearly showed Medabi almost about to cease function with all the damage he was receiving. And if that comment was aimed at Unitrix, then how are you monitoring Unitrix? Ginkai and Unitrix just got here. So Ikki and Medabi get ready to put Medabi's medal back into Medabi's tin pet, but they discover it's gone. Ikki even tries to transport Medabi's tin pet, but he gets an error message implying that Medabi's tin pet is out of range. They find Medabi's tin pet at the subway encased in netting. Ikki tries to transport Medabi's tin pet again, but Cam tells Ikki that Medabi's tin pet is covered in energy neutralizing net. Apparently those are a thing. So the road battle begins with Ikki and Medabi versus Ginkai and Unitrix and Cam and Exor. Lame joke with Ikki stating that he'd gladly row battle in a phone booth if he had to. The Screws have a potential change of heart, so even Ginkai has a semi-change of heart as well when a train enters the tunnel and he asks Cam if they're going to let Medabi up. But Cam replies that he was never planning on letting Medabi up and that he's going to put an end to Medabi forever. So the row battle ends with Ikki noticing something's charging on Medabi and he gets Medabi to use Arc Beetle Dash's secret weapon, causing Medabi to fire a giant laser up in the air that somehow hits Exor and Unitrix, causing them to eject their medals, and Medabi narrowly misses the train. Cam grows tired of losing, so he plans to just throw Medabi's tin pet into the oncoming train, but Peppercat manages to retrieve Medabi's tin pet and brings it back to Ikki. Cam swears revenge for this and leaves. Cam is the one swearing revenge. I know he's supposed to be the villain and everything, but you'd think it'd be Ikki swearing revenge. The mystery Medafighter appears from behind a corner, shocked that they didn't need him after all, but they actually did. Like, you seriously could have helped Medabi in that 2-on-1 row battle or retrieved Medabi's tin pet. The episode ends with the Screws spilling the beans on siding with Cam yet again. Ikki for some reason is surprised by this, despite this being like the third or second time or whatever time this is now that they've done this. This episode gets a 4 out of 10. Episode 65, The Bee Rescues the Honey. The episode starts with Ginkai running to his house to read an email from Cam that he doesn't appear to like the look of. Meanwhile, at Miznai's workshop, Miznai is trying to repair as many Medabot parts as she can. Honey tries to help by delivering a fully repaired Medabot part to someone's house. After helping a kid get a balloon from a tree, Ginkai spots Honey in the tree and assumes Honey was spying on him. So Ikki and Medabi arrive at Miznai's place for some parts that she'd repaired, and Ikki picks up some wing parts claiming that those were the parts she was repairing for him, but they actually weren't. Bit of a dick thing to do, Ikki. I mean, yeah, I know it's a cartoon and everything, but that's just it just doesn't sound like something Icky would do. You know, yeah, he was headstrong and he had his flaws and everything, but I don't know. Anyway. Meanwhile, Ginkai somehow kidnaps Honey and takes her to the abandoned arcade from the Unitrix episode, so he can wipe her memory. Miznai, Icky and Medabi go looking for Honey, and they find the part that she was supposed to take back to a customer. The three bump into Ginkai, who at that moment was rushing from his house to go back to the arcade. Miznai asks Ginkai if he's seen Honey, but Ginkai lies and says that he hasn't, so Miznai, Medabi and Icky decide to follow him. Medabi finds Honey after sneaking around the ventilation shafts, and he frees her. Ginkai calls upon Unitrix to stop Medabi. Medabi and Honey end up in an underground sewer, and Honey gets shot by Unitrix. She states that her hover parts are now broken, so how did Ginkai kidnap her earlier? Why didn't she use her hover parts to escape? Why didn't she use her hover parts to get up the tree instead of climbing it? Medabi and Honey end up being washed away, and Icky and Miznai become increasingly concerned. But it turns out Medabi and Honey are both okay. As Icky goes home for the night, Medabi and Honey try to escape the sewers, and Miznai tries to call out for the two Medabots again that are trapped down in the sewers. There's this really sweet moment where Miznai appears in a van outside Icky's house and she asks him if they got any sleep. He says he did, but yawns really loudly, with Miznai saying and doing the same thing. Really nice moment. Medabi and Honey manage to find some ladders that take them out of the sewer, but they wind up in a big car park, where they also end up meeting Ginkai. Medabi and Honey try and hide in a van, but Unitrix finds them both with infrared, and after a struggle, Medabi lands on a button which activates the van's auto-drive. Unitrix ends up shooting the auto-drive console, and the brakes don't work when Medabi tries to use them. Why did Unitrix shooting the auto-drive cause the van to be stuck on auto-drive? Wouldn't the van just work without the auto-drive like normal, or I don't know, wouldn't the van just stop moving altogether? I really don't know. We cut back to Icky and Miznai, who state that they've checked every manhole in town and they've run into 2 giant alligators and 4 mutant turtles. That's pretty funny. What's also funny is the robotic voice that comes on warning people in the area of the runaway van being driven by Medabots, who are apparently notorious for being bad drivers. Icky and Miznai appear pretty quickly to rescue Medabi and Honey, given the fact that they just heard about the runaway van. Miznai says that there is a part that connects the computer to the engine that Medabi can destroy, which will turn off the auto-drive. Medabi shoots the part, which allows Honey to finally be able to use the van's brakes, so the van can finally come to a stop. So the episode ends with Miznai revealing Ginkai's secret that Ginkai's younger sister had erased his video game console memory card, and Cam was merely telling Ginkai how to beat the last level on a video game he was playing. Pretty funny stuff. The episode's not that bad. Had some really stupid moments here and there, especially like a lack of common sense from Honey, but whatever. 6.5 out of 10. Episode 66, A Night in the Medabot Junkyard. So, a lightning bolt hits a pile of scrap metal and it causes a Medabot to reactivate? What? So Totalizer's specialty is power attack? That's really uninspired. So this episode is basically Cyan Dog Bites Back, but this time it's Sloan and Totalizer, who are now bad at row battles instead of Spike and Crosser Dog or Cyan Dog or whatever. Although I never got to see Sloan and Totalizer properly engage in a row battle, it always has been hinted that they were at least somewhat competent in their abilities, so this episode just doesn't make any sense at all. Sloan and Totalizer meet up with Tak and his Medabot common dog from the first episode, who Icky knows, and Sloan challenges them to a row battle. But unlike Spike, where he was overconfident and ended up biting off more than he can chew, no pun intended, Sloane is actually really nice, or at the very least he's portrayed to be really nice, and he's actually quite honest in, you know, how he's feeling, and, you know, he tries to be really humble here. It's really weird because it feels like the episode's trying to hint that he might be up to something, but nothing ever really comes of this. So Sloane is really just a humble guy, and it kind of sucks that we don't really get to see Sloane in more episodes. But what really does suck is you don't even get a row battle between Totalizer and Common Dog. It's just a quick montage of Totalizer just being exploded somehow. So I know I've made it out like I really hate this episode, but I'm sorry, but it really is just nothing more than a cookie cutter of what Cyan Dog Bites Back already did. I mean, but like I said, I am liking the character development from Sloane. Like, he really cares about Totalizer, and when he's away from the screws, he actually seems like a nice guy. And it was actually really cool watching him in that scene where he defends Totalizer when Icky suggests that Totalizer may be the problem for Sloane losing all the time. Like, yeah. Even the Medabots saga and the World Row Battle Tournament saga didn't have this with Sloane, and it's... I gotta give the Killerbot saga credit for this. Like, that really was cool to see Sloane have his own episode. I just wish that the plots hadn't already been, again, a cookie cutter of what another episode had already done, and instead was just about Sloane falling out with the screws over something really stupid or something, or it was about Sloane losing to some really epic row battle against, like, I don't know, just anything else other than what this episode is trying to do. So Totalizer runs away, and the episode now starts to rip off Heavy Metal. Totalizer then ends up in a scrapyard as he's running away, and he ends up encountering the Medabot from like the very start of this episode, who is called Fossil Cat, whose speciality is zombie Timpet manipulation. Is this an official Medabot Corporation ability that they implemented into Fossil Cat, or did she learn that from being deactivated, or... I really don't get that. So Sloane tries to contact Totalizer, and Fossil Cat becomes angry, and there's a shot where she's bleeding from her eyes. Like, it's not even oil. It's red like blood, and it looks really fucking epic. Like, I'm actually really surprised that they showed this on Fox Kids. Like, I remember this airing on Fox Kids during the... like, when I was back in, like, secondary school. He's just so brilliant. So Sloane tells Icky and Medaby what happened, and so they all go to Miznai, and this is where it gets screwy. Again, no pun intended. Sloane says to Miznai that Totalizer kept losing all of their matches because he kept blowing it trying to get all of Sloane's strategies. He sounds so bitter as he says all of this. Like, what happened? You were really caring about Totalizer before, and you were like a genuinely nice guy. Why are you all bitter now? Medaby says Totalizer needed extra training and serious respect from Sloane, but Sloane did respect Totalizer. Icky admits that he fucked up by opening his big mouth, which caused Totalizer to run away. And so the four make it to the scrapyard, and they end up encountering the zombie Timpets. I want to take this moment to say the art style in this episode is really fucking good. There's this shot here with Totalizer speaking to Fossil Cat, and I absolutely fucking love it, with the moon in the sky, like, as it is. It's so brilliant. And then you've got the shots of the decrepit house that everyone encounters. in like Act 2 towards Act 3. I'm just loving it. Also, Totalizer is a zombie now? I mean, cool, but yeah, whatever. So I guess Fossil Cat's motive is she hates humans because she was thrown out by a Medafighter, which, yeah, I do get, and I wish that this had been the focus of the episode. It's almost like they wanted to go in this direction, but then they're like, I swear the writers now on retrospective were like, will that hold up for a whole episode, or do we need to like have like a B plot or something? Which kind of sucks, because I wish they did just focus on Fossil Cat, because this is I wish, because I feel like this would have been a far better episode had they just focused on Fossil Cat. Granted, I don't think it would have made sense with all the zombie Timpets running around, and I really don't understand how a bolt of lightning was able to reactivate Fossil Cat being dead and everything, but whatever. So Icky, Medabots, Sloane and Mizny hide in the decrepit house to escape the wrath of the zombie Timpets. Icky states that she must be a great speller, when Mizny says that it's not Sloane's fault that Totalizer is under Fossil Cat's spell. Lame joke is lame. So Mizny states that one day when people grow up, they have to put away their toys as things in life start to get ahead of them. But how come Mizny has honey? Like, it's fine that Mizny says all of that, but Mizny still kept hold of honey, and that never ever gets brought up ever again. But then Fossil Cat, Totalizer and the zombie Timpets storm the house. So Mizny and Icky both become ventriloquists, as Mizny has her mouth wide open like she's screaming or shouting something. She gets captured by Fossil Cat and the army of zombie Timpets, and Icky says Mizny, but his mouth doesn't even move once. Sloane gets Totalizer to break free from the spell by saying that they're both friends, but Sloane says, I don't care if we never win a match, even though Sloane has won row battles before. Totalizer says during the row battle that he started picking up old memories from Fossil Cat's memory banks. Like, how? And the episode never ever explains how Totalizer would ever be able to do that. And the episode finally ends with Fossil Cat apologising for what she's done. The episode reveals that Fossil Cat became corrupted because she spent all this time without a Medafighter, because the Medafighter she once had grown up with got married. But then you learn she never forgot Fossil Cat. Ironically, after being repaired, Fossil Cat gets taken home by a kid who actually looks like the kid from Fossil Cat's memories. And then you've got Icky talking about how he'll always be Medabots' friend and he wants to stop with the gloomy talk and go and get something to eat. But the lip syncing is just way, way off. Like, that's probably the worst it's ever been in this saga. This episode is perhaps the most disappointing out of all the episodes. Like, it was so weird reviewing this episode. Like, it was in a perfect balance of everything that made it brilliant with everything that just made it suck. And because of that, this episode gets a 5 out of 10 from me. Episode 67, Once a Medafighter Part 1. So the episode starts with Ginkai and his younger sister fighting over the TV, and we get a cameo of Rintaro and Kintarot on the programme Ginkai wants to watch. Sarah, Ginkai's younger sister, states that Ginkai used to be a nicer person when Bayonet was around, and Ginkai tells her to never mention that name again and runs off to his room. The next day, or later on that day, I don't really know when this part takes place, Ginkai visits Cam, who gives him loads more Killabot parts. Cam also states that he's had Red Run upgraded, to which Ginkai, rightfully so, questions this, seeing as how Red Run went berserk previously. Cam states that with Red Run fully repaired, he doesn't need Exor anymore, but takes him out to row battle against some opponents, even after the opponent's Medabots has clearly ceased functioning. This is why I like Cam. this darker, sinister, merciless nature that he has towards Medafighters. It's actually kind of refreshing. Don't get me wrong, as much as I like the Rubber Robo gang, I like what they tried to do with Cam. The kid that Cam and Ginkai are battling pleads with Ginkai to leave his Medabot alone. So where's the mystery Medafighter where all of this was going on? Which causes Ginkai to have a flashback to when he was younger. The kids wouldn't let him hang out with them because he was better at row battling than they were. I mean, Ginkai really didn't need those kids. I mean, it's not Ginkai's fault that they were sore losers. Later on, Ginkai has a picnic by himself near a lake somewhere, where he's also attending to Unitrix's parts. He keeps remembering what his sister told him about Bayonet, and Ginkai just tries to shrug it off. It's a really nice moment, and it's some nice little character development from Ginkai. Ginkai has another flashback to when he was younger, when he remembers one of the kids who looks a lot like that other rogue Medafighter that had all of the flying killer bots, allowing his Medabot to continue to beat up its opponent despite already winning. So because Ginkai defeated the other kid, he's now popular and the other kids want to hang out with him, despite telling Ginkai to piss off in a previous flashback because they all thought Ginkai was too good of a Medafighter. I want to point out the massive hypocrisy here, but the more I think about it, kids really are that fickle. I mean, let's be real here. Kids are fucking fickle as hell. Ginkai overhears Erika telling Ikki and Medabi about an upcoming row battling tournament, and Ginkai decides to enter. Ikki and Medabi encounter Zuru and the Screws, and it leads to a fairly humorous scene. So the first round begins, and really, this is Ginkai's idea of a disguise. The Ninja Turtles at least wore trench coats and hats that covered up 90% of their bodies, but really, Ginkai, an eye mask? You're not even going to change your clothes? Or wear a hat? Ikki and Medabi realise it's Ginkai instantly, so yeah, I rest my case. So the next round is Pepper Cat and Crosser Dog. Why Samantha needed Spike to throw the match so she could go to the finals, I'll never know. Seriously, Samantha was more than just a competent row battler. So Samantha apparently doesn't recognise Ginkai under the eye mask. I mean, it's stupid, but compared to what the Screws have been like in the Killerbot saga, this is actually kind of tame, I guess. So Ms. Nye appears and asks Erika who's winning, and Erika says Ikki is close to being in the finals, but her lips stop moving before she finishes what she said, and Ms. Nye says neat, but her lips don't move an inch. The same happens again when Ginkai takes his eye mask off and the Screws are in disbelief. Spike and Sloane are clearly both saying Ginkai is the lone stranger, but only Sloane says this line. It's really lazy. Ginkai appears to have the winning hand, but he and Ikki run out of time, so they prepare for a sudden death match. Then Redrun and Cam appear. So Redrun starts attacking Medabi, and everyone just sits there and allows this to happen. No security, no method of defense for unruly guests / tournament participants. Ginkai steps in and sets Unitrix on Redrun when Cam orders Redrun to destroy Medabi's medal. This is a really brilliant scene with Ginkai and Cam clashing here. Like, there's this really awesome sense of redemption and just generally wanting change from Ginkai, and Ginkai just realising that his friendship with Cam has been almost one-sided in a way. Like, it's really kind of hard to explain. Cam wasn't really abusive or anything. Cam was like offering stuff in return, but at the same time it's like, yeah, this really is like a massive turning point in Ginkai and Cam's relationship. This episode has a final score of 9 out of 10 from me. Episode 68, Once a Medafighter Part 2. The episode starts off by recapping the part where Ginkai stopped Cam from destroying Medabee's medal, and so Cam decides to teach Ginkai a lesson by having his Red Run destroy Ginkai's Unitrix. The mystery Medafighter, or Zuru, appears with Rakusho and manages to defeat Red Run. Cam is disappointed at first, but then tells Ginkai that it'll come for him again once Red Run has been fully repaired. It looks like Unitrix is heavily damaged and Miss Nai offers to repair it. Dr. Aki announces both Ikki and Ginkai as the winners of the tournament, despite Ikki losing to Ginkai. But Ikki tells Dr. Aki to let Ginkai keep both prizes. So it turns out Medabee could be repaired, but Unitrix can't, and so Ginkai has Unitrix buried somewhere outside of the city, and then has a moment to himself where he fears what the future will bring now that he is no longer Cam's friend, quote unquote. The mystery Medafighter appears and tells Ginkai that it's all going to be okay, which causes Ginkai to tell the mystery Medafighter how he met Cam when the mystery Medafighter asks him about a year ago. Bayonet has his medal removed because Ginkai had an argument with him, and so Bayonet had his medal buried somewhere. Cam approaches Ginkai by sheer coincidence and introduces him to the Killerbot Desperado, who doesn't have a cannon hole on the end of his pistol head where there should be one. So back with Ikki, Medabee, Arika and Miznai, it turns out because of his encounter with Red Run, Medabee has lost his memory, and Miznai doesn't know if it'll ever come back. Meanwhile, Ginkai manages to find Bayonet's medal and puts it in Arkdash's body after he remembers that he gave Bayonet's old body to his cousin. So Ginkai and Arkdash go back to the forest where Ginkai found Bayonet's medal to confront Cam and Red Run, who have a row battle together. But Rakusho and the mystery Medafighter end up interrupting it when Red Run was about to land the finishing blow. Ginkai gives the mystery Medafighter the Medawatch for Tyrell Beetle, and so they both take on Red Run. Then during the row battle, they get an option to have Tyrell Beetle and Arkdash combine with each other. Cam is finally defeated and he swears to Ginkai that he'll pay dearly for his victory, and the episode ends with Ginkai using Arkdash to reverse Piledrive Medabee so he gets his memory back. How that worked, I'll never know. This episode was pretty good from start to finish. I really like that moment that Ginkai has to himself. It was a really massive turning point in this saga. Ginkai actually standing up to Cam and pretty much no longer being Cam's lackey anymore. It was a pretty epic episode. I always thought it was a little bit weird that just came right out of nowhere, that Tyrell Beetle and Arkdash could combine with each other. I mean, it just comes right out of nowhere, but at the same time, I suppose it's kind of epic as well. It's kind of weird because you never really learn if any other Medabots can do that. But, whatever. This episode gets a 9.5 out of 10 from me. Episode 69, Title Flight. So before I officially talk about this episode, I want to talk about how the art style pretty much changed from this episode here on out. If I use the phrase pre-title flight or post-title flight, you'll know because, this was the episode where the art style changed. So Miznai has Ikki flying an RC plane while Zuru is there for attention to detail. And Medabee is going to destroy the plane whilst also operating the plane with Medabee's energy frequency. What? So the plane starts to act faulty because something has caused Medabee's energy frequency to be overridden. What? So Ikki can no longer pilot the plane, and then Cam arrives with his new killer bot of the week, Fly Falcon. I'm guessing Fly Falcon did all of that. I honestly don't know. Medabee does the dumbest thing he could have possibly done and jump up to grab Fly Falcon instead of just shooting him with his missiles or something. And Fly Falcon just flies off. Cam can't get Fly Falcon to land, so he places a red medal into his watch, which will cause Fly Falcon to self-destruct. Icky knocks Cam over, like in this shot here, and it's actually really funny. After he becomes so disgusted in Cam's attitude towards Medabots and even his own Kilobots, and the red medal actually flies out of Cam's watch. And yet the self-destruct process is still enabled on Fly Falcon. I don't understand why. And why doesn't Medabots just jump off Fly Falcon as they both fly over a tall building so Medabots can just land? It's made very clear that Medabots can't steer Fly Falcon somewhere safe, and whenever something gets damaged in this anime, it's ignored, forgotten about completely, or fixed the next episode anyway. Like, even sometimes in the next scene. So Cam's assistant / butler states that Ms. Nye outwitted her, but all he did was ask her if she had a pilot's license, and she responded with, of course. As soon as that scene ends, Medabots and Fly Falcon are seen flying very low down an alleyway. Like, Medabots, you could just jump off at that point. So Medabots actually gets Fly Falcon to land in the middle of a supermarket car park, but after nearly getting run over, Fly Falcon shoots the supermarket sign with a missile that strangely causes 0 damage to it. And Fly Falcon takes off with Medabots still holding on. Zuru thinks that Fly Falcon is heading to the waterfront, judging its flight pattern. Ms. Nye tells Icky and Zuru that she'll have to open the cargo bay door, but she tells them to get to the back of the bus. Was that a joke, or does Ms. Nye genuinely think she's flying a bus? The cargo bay door opens where Zuru is holding onto Icky with a rope wrapped around his waist, but Zuru isn't holding on to anything, so they'll both just fall out of the plane at any time. Fly Falcon shoots 2 missiles into the plane, and so Ms. Nye is forced to land. So Icky and Ms. Nye have a moment together where Icky blames himself for Medabots winding up in this situation he's in. But it's Medabots' fault. If he hadn't grabbed hold of Fly Falcon, none of this would have happened. So Zuru disappears to become the mystery Medafighter, and as Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle sneak onto a passenger jet. Did anyone notice Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle sneak underneath the plane, or see them on the wing? Oh wait, Dr. Aki notices them. So Medabots successfully lands onto the wing, and Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle welcome him aboard. Medabots states that he needs to jump-start his heart. But then Fly Falcon attacks with its missiles, and why doesn't it get immediately sucked into the jet wing of the plane that it's perched itself onto? So Medabots, like an idiot, decides to fight Fly Falcon on the plane as a distraction for Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle. How would distracting Fly Falcon for Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle help them in any way? I do not know. So Medabots tries to get rid of Fly Falcon once and for all by taking him off the plane as some sort of sacrifice, but Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle try to rescue Medabots yet again. Medabots receives too much damage to his head from Fly Falcon's claws, so he can't hold on to Rakusho any longer. Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle rescue Medabots' medal so he can just transport Medabots' body to him. It looks like Medabots doesn't make it at first, but then he appears. This was another episode that I used to really hate. I still do, but only a little bit. Yeah, it was really stupid for Medabots to jump up and try to grab Fly Falcon when he could have just shot him, but then again, even Cam said himself that he couldn't predict that Fly Falcon would malfunction, and Medabots and the gang didn't want Fly Falcon to explode near a group of people. I mean, I'm assuming that was the case, so I don't know. Some of it's justifiable and others are just still kind of stupid for me, so 4 out of 10. Episode 70, The Agony of the Cheat. The episode starts with Icky, Eureka and Medabots noticing Ginkai practicing with Arc Beetle Dash on row battling by shooting cans and targets. Medabots comes up with the idea of challenging Ginkai and Arc Dash to a row battle to see if he's really changed. The four get interrupted by Ikki's mum, who pulls Ikki and Medabi away, but they tell Ginkai that they're prepared to battle him tomorrow. Ikki's mum revealed that Ikki did really badly in a test, and Medabi mocks him for it. Then Ikki's dad tells Ikki that he can't battle anymore until his grades improve. Medabi encourages Ikki to study harder so he can pass the test tomorrow, but they end up falling asleep half an hour later. Ikki ends up failing the test, and what's worse is they end up bumping into Ginkai and Arkdash again. Later that day, Ikki and Medabi decide to cheat so that they can go back to row battling again. Medabi suggests that Ikki memorises the cheat sheet so he can cheat without getting caught, and Ikki catches on by stating that that's just studying. Ikki and Medabi go to Miznai to help him study, and they meet Zuru and Gorum too at Miznai's place. So they take the test, and really, no one notices Gorum too just casually gliding behind the teacher. That's pretty funny. Oh wait, Samantha does notice Gorum too, but he vanished just after Samantha points him out. Then he reappears up on the ceiling, and Samantha tries to lob her rubber at it, only for Gorum too to disappear, and Zuru manages to swipe the cheat sheet back without anyone seeing him. So Ikki takes the test again, and he gets Medabi to take a test sheet that he ripped by accident over to someone who can help Ikki cheat. This episode breaks the fourth wall by having Medabi sing the Medabots theme tune, but replacing the lyrics with Kilobots. Ginkai and Arkdash overhear him and ask, "What song is that? It sounds familiar." Massa ends up following Medabi to Miznai's place and swearing revenge on Medabi for bumping into him on his way over to Miznai's place. But Miznai manages to get Massa to leave by offering to help Ikki with his maths homework. But then Massa manages to lure Medabi out by taunting him, and so a 5 versus 1 row battle ensues. Arkdash and Ginkai arrive to help Medabi, and Medabi finally spills the beans on getting Miznai to help Ikki cheat on a test. Arkdash ends up getting covered in paint so he can't see, and all I can think about is 1. How come Miznai's workshop hasn't been destroyed yet? 2. How come Arkdash was able to fire 2 disruptor shots one after the other? Last time I checked, those needed to be charged up, or at least it drained all of Arkdash's energy. And 3. Why isn't Medabi helping Arkdash? So Arkdash manages to get all of the Kilobots in a line so he can fire a 3rd disruptor shot, and they cease function. The episode ends with Ikki confessing to cheating. He takes the test again the next day, and Ikki, Medabi, Ginkai and Arkdash finally row battle each other. Nice moment showing these characters wanting to do the right thing and not cheat. At no point did it ever feel preachy either, which was really nice. So, yeah, 9.5 out of 10. Episode 71, It's the Medafighter Way. So Cam wants to get back at Ginkai for betraying him, but confusingly it cuts to a flashback of the mystery Medafighter defending Medabi's medal, not Ginkai. So we cut to Tak and Common Dog practicing near the riverbank, and they meet Susie, even though she doesn't really introduce herself to Tak. In fact, even though this is the first time we meet her, you just kind of have to pay attention to the rest of the episode to find out her name, which is kind of weird why they did that. Her Medabot Putty Cat has a speciality, which is selfish scratch attack. Okay. So Susie reveals herself to be quite a brat as she ends up losing to Tak, but then she tells her Medabot to get back up and finish the row battle, even though Tak had already beaten her. Tak calls Ikki for help, but Ginkai shows up and tells him that he should look to another Medafighter and that he can win. Ikki and Medabi show up, and apparently we learn from Ikki that Susie likes to pull his hair, and she's weird. So Ginkai steps in when Susie doesn't call off her Medabot, and she swears revenge on everyone. Ginkai, interestingly enough, comments asking where Ikki was when the kid needed help, and Ikki states that he doesn't trust Ginkai. I mean, for the longest time he did row battle alongside Cam, but that previous episode just seems to paint Cam and Ikki in a different light, like they were at least friendly rivals, so what's going on? Why do they suddenly hate each other? There's a funny moment where Cam runs into Susie and he hands her a hanky to blow her nose, and she hands it back to him after she's blown her nose, and he just calmly and politely says, "You can keep it." What makes it even funnier is that there's a 4-second pause before he actually says you can keep it too. So Icky and Eureka, hey, Eureka's in this episode, are playing football in, I'm assuming, a PE lesson, and Icky ends up scoring in his own team's goal after booting the ball halfway across the pitch. Ultimately, Icky's team end up losing by 1 point, the same 1 point caused by Icky in the home goal. Meanwhile, Cam shows Susie around the house and offers her Ambiguous 2, the killer bot of the week. Icky and Eureka have an argument over Icky's performance on the football game, and Samantha asks Ginkai for more Keelerbot parts. Why? This is like the 4th time in a row now. Anyway, Ginkai shows Samantha upstairs where he's kept 10 boxes of spare Keelerbot parts, and Susie shows up to row-battle Ginkai. Ginkai warns Susie to watch out for my mum's fine china. Arkdash hits Ambiguous 2 with a frying pan, and Ginkai states the non-stick surface will just roll right off its face. Ambiguous 2 climbs into Cam's fridge and just randomly starts throwing vegetables at Arkdash. What's going on? Like, is this some kind of censorship? Like, it's really weird now that I think about it. Like, this is the same thing that kind of happened with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. No, sorry, the Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles. Or at the very least, the live-action films, where the first film, they were allowed to use ninja weapons, then they got loads of complaints, and then all of a sudden the Ninja Turtles had to use their, like, everyday household items, and it just... such a pain in the ass when shit like that happens. Like, it's still all in the realm of fiction, you know, but anyway. The Keelerbot, who has 2 Gatling guns grafted to its shoulders, controlled by a rogue Medafighter, has resorted to making Arkdash feel like a crouton. It's another one of the jokes in the episode, but yeah. Samantha runs off to get Icky to help Ginkai, and Icky accepts after he remembers Ginkai helping Tak. Zuru thinks to himself, I wonder if we can really trust this Ginkai. But didn't you learn that already in the episode where Ginkai turns on Cam after the tournament? I like how this episode becomes self-aware, though, with Icky stating that it's the Medafighter way to help another Medafighter, and Medabi asks, did you just make that up? And Brass asks, isn't it the Medafighter way to not interrupt an ongoing row battle? So Arkdash falls out of a window after receiving so many bullets to the head, and Cam shows up with Exor to team up with Susie. I don't understand. The mystery Medafighter questions how Icky likes to preach the Medafighter way, but can you, like, practice what you preach? Because, like, Cam and Susie have Ginkai outnumbered, so apparently Icky stepping in would go against this code of honour that Icky apparently made up. I mean, I kind of get it. The mystery Medafighter wants Ginkai to learn that sometimes you have to lose so that you can win, or learn how to ask for help when you need it and all. Like how Icky has to learn when he scored for the other team earlier on, but still, that's still not really a fair fight. The episode ends with Ginkai losing to Cam and Susie, but it ends with Icky and Ginkai shaking hands, solidifying their new friendship together. Bit of a confusing episode at times, but this episode is still pretty good, and it gets a 9 out of 10 from me. Episode 72, Fall from Grace, Part 1. So Eureka has told Icky and Medabi that she may have found Cam's secret base across from the subway station. The main characters and 2 supporting characters learn that a shop is now advertising Keelerbot onto the market. Eureka shows Icky and Medabi the secret base, and Icky thinks she's just overreacting. But then Eureka goes on to say that the Keelerbot will just run rampant, as they do not follow the rules like Medabots do. Meanwhile, Cam is at the Kilobot presentation where he's giving his speech to reporters and such, whilst Miznai watches it all unfold on a laptop at a workshop. This all annoys Icky and Medaby. Back with Cam, he's studying Medaby but can't find any real data on him because of the Medaforce. But doesn't Cam already know all of this? Why does he claim that Medaby has some mysterious force when it was Cam who once stated how Medaby couldn't use the Medaforce against Kilobots? Or is he aware and stating that there's something else? Are we going to have a repeat of Altered States in the future? So later that day, Icky and Medaby get a call from Susie who claims Cam has taken her hostage, and there's a really funny scene where Susie starts impersonating Cam, like she actually goes out of her way to dress like Cam. It's pretty funny. So Icky knows that it's a trap, but Icky and Medaby still decide to go because they still want to get rid of all the Kilobots. So Icky and Medaby arrive at an office building where the company that manufacture Kilobots is stationed. They make the same joke twice about Cam having friends in high places, and then they state what the audience kind of already knew about Cam's dad being the president of the company. Icky and Medaby manage to get inside surprisingly with no issues at all, and they meet Susie in one of the floors, who reveals what Icky and Medaby already kind of knew. She throws an alarm clock into the lift, which she states was a stink bomb, but nothing really happens. Icky and Medaby chase after Susie, but they end up losing her, and then they end up trapped in a room with Exor. It's revealed that Cam had Icky and Medaby lured to their building so that they could stage some sort of CGI enhanced row battle to show how good Kilobots are compared to Medabots. Pretty cool idea, but how is it that everyone has just forgotten what Kilobots are like? And I must ask, why is it such a big deal seeing Medaby using a chair to attack Exor, even if it was actually Exor attacking Medaby with a chair? They're robots designed for fighting. And why was Eureka so quick to judge Medaby? Medaby, despite taking heavy damage from Exor, still wants to prove that Medabots are better than Kilobots. So Icky and Medaby get to the top floor of the building, and they are then introduced to Banjo, who is apparently Red Run's Medafighter. Odd, seeing as how it was Cam at one point, and Cam never denounced Red Run, but whatever. He says it's nothing personal, but he's come to destroy Medaby's medal, so yeah, it is actually kind of personal. They do another CGI enhanced feed on Medaby fighting Red Run and broadcast it again. The episode ends with Medaby losing to Red Run and Cam revealing that his plan was to ruin Icky and Medaby's reputation. This episode is not bad, like it was pretty good in places, and I actually kind of really like what Cam's doing here, but it's still that thing, you're like, yeah, I get it, you're supposed to, row battle, when everyone's ready and everything, but everyone treating, the idea of Medabots fighting each other, some people really go over the top, it's really weird just how distant that this saga really wants to be from the other two sagas. I know I'm probably just babbling at this point, but yeah, I'll just end it here by saying I feel like this episode deserves a 7 out of 10. Episode 73, Fall from Grace Part 2. So the episode starts with this really cool scene of multiple Black Beetle Medabots lying dead on a purple floor during a simulation, with one Black Beetle still remaining. This Black Beetle manages to finish off the last remaining enemy Black Beetle and proudly proclaims defeating all 99 of them. Meanwhile, the secret Kilobot shop from Part 1 has opened up and is now selling Kilobots to the public. Samantha becomes annoyed because Spike and Sloane can't stop talking about how much they think Susie is cute, Erika and a friend from another episode are spying on the shop so that they can report on how shady it's being. Then Zumi turns up, the guy who had the killer bot photo shoot in a previous episode, and claims that he thinks Icky and Medaby are guilty because he thinks it isn't possible to edit a live feed. But Erika proclaims that she's going to clear Icky and Medaby's names. Meanwhile, Icky and Medaby are sat on the grass banks near the river about how everyone now thinks that they are rogue Meda fighters, but then Ginkai and Arkdash appear to give them a message from Ms. Nai to tell Icky and Medaby to continue believing in themselves. Cam meets up with the two guys from before and asks them if they could row battle Icky Tenryo as their first opponent. One of them recoils in horror, stating that Icky is the world champion. Cam reminds them that they only finished in second place. How did these two not know that? The World Row Battle tournament was televised around the world. So they challenge Icky and Medaby to a row battle and end up disgusting Icky and Medaby when their newly proclaimed rogue Meda fighters confess that they threw away their Medabots because they were holding them back. Meanwhile, Icky and Zumi are still trying to find evidence that the live feed was edited, and Erika discovers a 1 minute difference between the live feed itself and the clock on the side of the shop. Icky and Medaby confront the rogue Meda fighters in a stadium where other rogue Meda fighters are also there. Erika shows up to vow to help clear Icky and Medaby's names, but Cam tells her that no one will believe her. But Ms. Nai and Moira show up to help. Cam's assistant ends up agreeing to help Ms. Nai, but what I can't understand is how he hasn't been sacked yet, because this is the second time that he's gone behind Cam like this. Does Cam seriously not keep tabs on his own butler? So Ms. Nai gets a live feed set up for Erika, and so she points out to everyone the inconsistency with the feed. Ginkai gets everyone to join him at the stadium so that they can root for Icky and Medaby. But as Arkdash gets ready to help Medaby, Black Beetle appears and Cam just sort of calls off the row battle and everyone leaves. The episode ends with Erika happy that Icky and Medaby's names have been cleared. The ground in the stadium cheers them, and the voiceover with Medaby asks, Black Beetle, friend or foe? This episode is pretty good. It was a really nice episode that finished off where Fall from Grace Part 1 left off. Definitely a gem in the rough. Final score of 9.5 out of 10. Episode 74, Mystery Meda Fighter Unmasked. So Cam meets Banjo at a local arcade and asks Banjo if he'll consider row battling again in order to help Cam. Banjo asks Cam why he would help him, despite helping Cam before in earlier episodes. And Cam states that he thought Banjo wanted a challenge. Banjo ultimately takes Cam up on this offer. Wow, that really didn't take all that much. Meanwhile, Icky and Erika are talking to each other about reporting on row battles, despite most of the kids in the area quitting row battling because of all the killer bots. Medaby is pushing Icky on the swing 1 second, but then teleports back to one side of the swings in the next shot. Zuru seems to have a cold, and they make a joke of him having a long string of snot coming out of his nostrils. It just looks really disgusting. Icky and Medaby can't seem to recall an interesting row battle that they were in. Really? You've actually been in quite a couple. The row battle with Red Run wasn't interesting for you? Seriously? They also have a joke with Medaby vaguely recalling a row battle where they thought they were going to lose, and the punchline is because Medaby was playing the pronoun game, so he could have been talking about absolutely any row battle that they fought in. Zuru manages to recall a story of how he was once friends with a girl who was in secondary school, whilst Zuru at the time was maybe about 5 or 6, and that she was patient with him even when he threw a tantrum. Whenever he lost at a row battle or some kind of board game or something, she kind of looks like Ms. Nai. In fact, she totally looks like Ms. Nai. Don't know if they revealed the plot twist a bit early there, but I do like what they tried to do here, because it's kind of reminiscent to what they tried to do a little bit later on with Cam, or some kind of reverse role, whatever you want to call it, but whatever. So Icky tells Medaby that he loves him, and Medaby threatens to row-battle Icky. Zuru blows his nose, and Erika comments saying boys are just so gross, which was just kind of lame. So whilst Banjo tries to flush out the mystery Medafighter with Redrun, Icky and Medaby go over to Ms. Nye's workshop. She ends up falling off a ladder, causing loads of repair manuals to land on all three characters, and she ends up finding an old diary. Just really randomly placed there with all the manuals. But anyway, so we find out that Ms. Nye is the granddaughter to Dr. Aki, and then we see Ms. Nye look over to a person on the picture who is called Dr. Maizu, who then starts remembering a point in time when Dr. Aki tells her that Dr. Maizu left the Medabot Corporation and has taken his son. Whilst that's going on, Icky slightly humorously tells Medaby off having his hands on another private journal that Ms. Nye has. Meanwhile, Redrun and Banjo interrogate every last person in the area in order to find the mystery Medafighter with Black Beetle, even questioning how Banjo plans to achieve this. Icky thinks it's terrible that the mystery Medafighter hasn't just come forward yet after hearing about how more people have been. Oh no, Banjo challenged them to a row battle. Like, what's Banjo doing that's so wrong here? Like, it's not even like he's threatening to destroy the Medabot medals like Cam was doing, so like that's the primary function of a Medabot, to row battle another Medabot. Like, why is this so controversial? I feel like this would have made more sense in the Japanese dub, or the Japanese dub actually did something that made sense. Like, I feel like the English dub had really dropped the ball at times, like this being one of them. Zuru overhears Banjo interrogating another kid, and he decides to don his disguise, but is caught by Ms. Nye and Honey. Zuru manages to escape after getting Redrun pinned down long enough so that he and the kid could escape, and Cam swears he will discover who the mystery Medafighter really is. As the mystery Medafighter slinks away, he appears to be in someone's back garden. Bloody trespasser. So Ms. Nye and Zuru start talking to each other, and they both realise what everyone else did kinda long ago, that the young girl still in secondary school at the time was Ms. Nye, and that Zuru is the son of Dr. Maizu. So we find out that Zuru fights the killer bots as the mystery Medafighter because his dad neglected him and Zuru's mum whilst he made killer bots, which is an interesting plot twist, plot add-on, whatever you want to call it. Zuru plots to send out a mass email out to everyone so that they can all meet the mystery Medafighter face to face, but Zuru isn't going to reveal his identity either. He then starts to tell Rakusho and Gorham too Redrun's attack patterns that Zuru predicts that it'll use tomorrow, so Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle can row battle without commands from Zuru. I mean, I don't know, it kind of does make sense, and it kind of doesn't make sense what Zuru's doing here. I mean, Medabots have always kind of needed commands, so it makes sense, you know, for the Medafighter to be there, present with the Medabot, because it's never really made sense how Rakusho was able to fight without a Medafighter. Like, the rules have never really been all that clear, but the fact that Zuru somehow can see into the future and knows Redrun's attack pattern, like, I don't know, I really don't think Cam is that predictable, or Banjo for that matter, but anyway. It's a bit of a confusing thing to talk about, but... So the next day, Cam, Banjo and Zuru meet at a scrapyard, and the dialogue begins with Zuru confessing that he thought Banjo and Cam would stop attacking if someone just confessed. Banjo has Zuru by the scruff of his collar, but then backs away as Zuru becomes this pretty badass character, as you can see here by glaring back at Banjo. It's easily one of the most badass things that has happened, like, in this series, and it's easily the best moment in this whole episode. So Tyrell Beetle and Rakusho appear and advance on Redrun, but they end up losing to Redrun. So Cam threatens to destroy the 2 medals of Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle if the mystery Medafighter doesn't reveal himself, but then Miss Nye points over to a figure in the distance that could be the mystery Medafighter, but it's actually Honey in disguise. The episode ends with everyone disbanding, Cam walking away with Black Beetle, Banjo walking away with Red Run, and Ikki calls Zuru cool before chasing him around after Zuru sneezes on him. It's actually quite funny. The episode was a bit lackluster. I mean, if it's not the lip syncing being off in places, like characters are still talking but their lips aren't moving anymore, it's just, I don't know, for it to be an episode about Zuru questioning whether or not to reveal himself as the mystery Medafighter, it just, I don't know, it just a barely over average episode. So it gets a 5.5 out of 10 from me. Episode 75, The Truth About Charlie. So the episode starts with Miss Nye getting ready for something the following morning, and Ikki trying to figure out how he plans to get more money for Medaparts after using his pocket money on sweets. This escalates into Ikki and Medabi hilariously taking turns confessing to Ikki's mum what happened, and then they start insulting each other's insults and hair or lack of it. They then meet a guy called Charlie who wishes to row-battle Ikki and Medabi as a favour. Charlie calls out his Kilobot Tricerapods. Its speciality is bash attack, but Tricerapods has some kind of lance going on with its right hand, so what gives? Charlie ends up losing, and Ikki and Medabi decide to run off to Miss Nye's workshop, where it seems that it's going out of business. But Miss Nye explains that it's just for the summer, so she can attend her new internship at school. Honey states, "School, ever heard of it?" Then Miss Nye answers, "Guess not." What was going on there? She assumed that Ikki and Medabi wouldn't know what a school is? What? So Ikki states that it sounds like Miss Nye is taking a summer job or something. Why did he say that? Was he really just spelling it out for the more stupid people trying to watch this episode? Like, we didn't need Ikki to spell that out for us. We kind of already knew. Miss Nye pretty much already told us that. Miss Nye insists that it's only temporary, but Ikki and Medabi don't seem to be convinced. Then Erika, Zuru and Brass appear just as Ikki and Medabi run away. What is it that they don't understand? I could sympathise a bit more with Ikki and Medabi if it meant Miss Nye never gets to see everyone again, but Miss Nye made it perfectly clear that it's only for the summer. Ikki and Medabi are just being selfish at this point. So the screws end up bumping into Ikki and Medabi in a construction site. Good thing there are never any builders or heavy machinery around whenever there's any row battles in these construction sites, or else someone would have got hurt or even gotten into trouble for trespassing. Samantha challenges Ikki to a row battle. Meanwhile, Charlie is row battling someone else and is losing. Okay, so back with Samantha and Ikki. Bit of whiplash there, sorry about that. Ikki loses to Samantha and Sloane says, "You must have scared them with your face." Sloane just insulted Samantha and it went by unnoticed. Samantha is on the verge of going crazy as Ikki just doesn't react to Samantha's threats the way she wanted him to, and the screws bump into Charlie. Meanwhile, Erika and Brass talk to Ms. Nye about her summer job. Ms. Nye reveals that she wants to start her own robotics company. Oh, and Ms. Nye reveals that Charlie is her boss at a summer job. Erika contemplates getting a summer job herself and back at Ikki's house. Zuru tries to convince Ikki and Medabi that they're taking Ms. Nye's summer job too seriously. Apparently Ms. Nye taught them why they should use sunblock and to stay away from electrical fences. Things that she made sound cool. And apparently Ikki used her nail file to fish a marble out of a toilet at one point. But she's cool because she forgave him for it. Ikki forgives Ms. Nye pretty quickly. Even Zuru points out that. And then they discover that Charlie is Ms. Nye's boss at a summer job. Medabi is sensitive about his art, as we learn when he tries to draw Charlie. Ikki and Medabi go off to follow Ms. Nye so that they can spy on her and Charlie before they start discussing salary and benefits. So Ikki, Erika, Zuru, Medabi and Brass go to spy on Charlie, and Ms. Nye And then they discover that Charlie's precious mentor wasn't prepared to listen to him. Charlie goes on to say he conducted an experiment with the locals the other day. Icky and Medabots step in and announce who Charlie really is. Icky tells Charlie that he doesn't care about his dental benefits and that he needs to beat it if he wants to keep his pearly whites. Then Medabots says, "Believe me, I had teeth before I'd met him." Medabots have teeth? I know that's a joke, but whatever. So Icky and Medabots run off after Charlie explains more of his experiment, which was row battling people with a kilobot, and then Charlie challenges Icky to a row battle. And the lip syncing is off again here, with characters continuing to talk despite their lips no longer moving. Charlie uses a Medabot this time called King Tank, which seems to be a fairly old model. So Ms. Nye reminisces about what Charlie had said to her, which was he felt a connection with his youth as he row battled during his experiment the other day. So the episode ends by cutting away to the end of the row battle, with Charlie lamenting that he wished he'd charged King Tank up before the row battle, and he bids Ms. Nye farewell for now, and Icky and Medabots wish to row battle Charlie again because both are unsatisfied with their win. This episode was really weird. I thought it was a little bit all over the place. I didn't like Icky and Medabots in this episode. Like, Ms. Nye made it very clear that it was only temporary, and they just acted like it was a really big deal. I just don't get it. I don't understand why Icky and Medabots needed to act the way they did. But anyway, this was another really weird episode. And the only reason I even remember this episode at all is because of this scene here. This screenshot here of Icky about to eat one of them like ice pop things. I don't know if anyone remembers those from like the 90s and really early 2000s, but yeah, I just like the way he looks like he's shouting at it there. It's just really funny. This episode gets a 6.5 out of 10 from me. Episode 76, Rocks Reborn. So I don't know if anyone remembers, but I actually did a retrospective back in like 2017 or 2018. Can't really remember now, but I went and did a retrospective on Medabots, and I actually talked about this episode quite briefly, and I mentioned how it was just honestly one of the stupidest episodes of Medabots I'd ever seen. And honestly, I feel like my opinion has kind of changed since then, but not by a great deal. So Cam asks Banjo if he'll help Cam show once and for all that kilobots are better than Medabots. Banjo says no to begin with, but Cam plays him at his own ego by claiming that he's scared to lose. We cut to Ginkai and Arkdash row battling Banjo and Redrun in a multi-storey car park. Arkdash ends up losing, but Icky and Medabots end up saving Arkdash from landing onto the tarmac below when Arkdash gets rammed through a wall by Redrun. Banjo and Icky end up row battling each other, and there's a funny scene where just before Icky and Medabots row battle Banjo and Redrun, where Ginkai rushes out of the multi-storey car park and he nearly bumps into Redrun. It really does tickle me every single time. So Redrun ends up kicking Medabots into an oncoming monorail, and so Banjo and Icky give chase across the city. Icky runs into Ms. Nye, who drives him around the city in a van, and Banjo steals a hoverboard/skateboard from the two guys from an earlier episode. Redrun starts rocking the monorail back and forth, so Medabots has no choice but to find the roof of a tall building to jump onto to save himself from falling. But as it turns out, Redrun has the same idea. So Banjo, albeit mockingly, refers to Icky as world champion despite only finishing second, like it was hinted at in earlier episodes, and this is where my hate for this episode comes into play. Ms. Nye suggests that Medabots uses the Medaforce. Icky says it doesn't work on kilobots, but apparently because Medabots has been fighting kilobots for so long, the Medaforce will now work. Despite Cam clearly stating within the first episode that the Medaforce doesn't work on kilobots because the Medaforce is based on emotions, and kilobot medals do not possess the emotion chip. Yeah, this is why I hate this episode, because it's like you came up with the rule of the Medaforce not working on kilobots, which didn't even make all that sense to begin with, and now you've just decided to change the rules up to try and I don't even know necessarily what the people that were doing this dub were, why they did what they did. So after Medabi charges the Medaforce, which, while I don't think looks as epic as the sequence did in the previous sagas, honestly it still does look kind of cool. There's a moment where for 5 full seconds it's just Ikki, Banjo and Mizunai looking up and standing perfectly still. Like they don't even look like they're breathing, they're just like sort of stood there like they're frozen in ice or something. So it looks like the Medaforce only scratched Redrun, and because it ate up all of Medabi's energy, Medabi lost the row battle to Redrun. Banjo leaves stating that Tyrell Beetle is next, but not Rakusho. Does Banjo secretly like Rakusho? Or Rocks, whatever. We cut to Mizunai's workshop where Ikki wished he'd practiced the Medaforce with Medabi, and Zuru becoming concerned with what Banjo said. Are you trying to let on that you're the mystery Medafighter? Zuru claims he's running late, and Mizunai runs after him to suggest to Zuru that Rakusho tries to use the Medaforce despite not having a rare medal. My problem isn't Rakusho's medal, because Similodon managed to use the Medaforce. But my problem is, well, I refer you to my earlier rant. Mizunai takes Zuru to see Dr. Aki about Rakusho's medal, and it turns out to be a first medal. So it was a rare medal after all. Dr. Aki goes into detail about how rare medals were found in an ancient temple by explorers. And that's how Zuru's dad, Dr. Maizu, came into play, as he wanted the Medabots to be very powerful and indestructible, but Dr. Aki disapproved, so Dr. Maizu started his own company, and that's where the kilobots come into play. So that night, Zuru gets Rakusho to activate the Medaforce, but Rakusho has difficulty in doing so. Zuru asks Ikki for advice on activations on the Medaforce, and Ikki tells Zuru that it's because Medabi hangs out with Ikki a lot except when he's at school. Mildly funny scenes showing Zuru, Gorum 2 and Rakusho lying in bed together. Rakusho decides to ask Zuru what he has against his dad, and Rakusho's only just asking this now? Yeah, Zuru didn't have to answer, but it seriously never crosses Rakusho's mind all this time. Rakusho asks to help Zuru despite helping him in earlier episodes. That scene with Zuru breaking down in tears is good, like it's really good, as it clearly shows how he just wants his dad to go back to being his old self before he became obsessed with kilobots. The next day, Ikki and Medabi dash over to Mizunai's workshop, and it seems she's having to repair loads of broken Medabots. Banjo arrives with Redrun and tries to destroy Medabi, but then the mystery Medafighter and Rakusho appear to save Medabi. Banjo suggests a 2 versus 1 row battle to even the odds, and Medabi starts complaining that it's unfair. Banjo is a rogue Medafighter. Why would he care about what's fair and what isn't? Rakusho tries to use the Medaforce, but it doesn't quite work. Then after Redrun throws Medabi into another pile of broken Medabots, Ikki suggests Medabi uses the Medaforce and tells the mystery Medafighter that his faith in Rakusho will help him charge up the Medaforce. Medabi and Rakusho charge the Medaforce and they end up winning against Redrun. The episode ends with the mystery Medafighter thanking Mizunai for her help and Ikki teasing Medabi about being worn out from using the Medaforce. Like I said, I don't hate this episode as much as I used to, but this episode was just so bad that it actually made me question why I ever bothered with the Kilobot saga to begin with. Like, seriously, it's like I said, I know I keep saying this, but they came up with this one really important rule, like whether it was to like add balance to the series or what, but to just end up breaking that rule anyway is just still so really confusing to me. And for that, this episode gets a 3 out of 10, making it like the lowest rated episode I've ever given any kind of media so far. Episode 77, I Kilobot. Susie watches Tak and Common Dog row battle on a grassy verge below from the bridge that she's standing on. Sloane and Spike arrive to show Samantha the pantry pockets that Spike baked himself. Samantha states that they're really good, and Spike comments that he skipped doing homework just to bake them for her. To which Samantha replies, "So that's why you're still in the 2nd grade." But Spike has appeared in the same classes as Samantha within this saga. Also, why would Spike skipping on his homework for like any reason cause him to stay within the same year? I don't. Susie runs into the 2 rogue Medafighters from the earlier episodes, Kintar and Rintaro, and asks them to cater to her every whim. She attempts to half tantrum when they decline, but she says no big loss when they run away. She gets an idea to get Tak to become her lackey. Later on, Tak and Common Dog row battle a Kilobot called Brown Bison, whose speciality is power approach. Tak and Common Dog end up losing, but then they end up bumping into Susie, and she asks Tak if he'll help her test a new Kilobot, but Tak declines, so she considers Plan B. At Miznai's workshop, Tak has Common Dog repaired, and a pep talk from Icky spirals into Icky losing to Medabots at drafts. Then something about figure skating, then Medabots stepping down from tennis doubles, and yeah, whatever. Tak suggests that he gets a new Medabot and denounces Common Dog, and Susie catches wind of this. Tak rues to himself in a playground that he hates losing all the time, despite there being times when he actually did win. Susie comes along and offers to be Tak's friend and asks permission to practice with her new Kilobot so he'll get better at row battling. So we cut to Susie bumping into the 2 rogue Medafighters from before, Kintar and Rintaro, and asks one of them for a Medawatch, to which one of them just reluctantly gives his Medawatch, like, why? She just snatches it and states that there's a scratch on the strap and states that she'll get it repaired on their behalf. Like, these guys are so stupid, like they don't even try to stop her or even question her. She returns to Tak, and Tak starts row battling with his new Kilobot. They get one of the kids who apparently has a bowl cut and to row battle, and there's this really hilarious scene, like what you can see here, where he almost seems like really proud to have a bowl cut as well. So Tak ends up row battling the bowl cut kid, and everyone else at the park, whilst Ginkai watches from afar. Later that day, Tak and Susie run into Ginkai, who almost looks down at Tak for winning by using a Kilobot. Ginkai walks away when Tak makes it clear that he's adamant that he'll keep winning as long as he has a Kilobot. Susie suggests that Tak goes to show Icky just how good he's become, but only after he paints Susie's nails. We cut to Icky, who's just finished on the telephone talking to Tak, who's challenged him to the row battle. They meet up in another construction site. This is something I always thought was really weird about this saga. Like, do builders or security staff like not exist in this world? Like, people just seem to be able to wander into construction sites and nothing ever comes of it. Susie turns up and Icky and Medabots realise that Tak may be being used. Icky tells Medabots to not use his weapons against Tak's Unitrix, but instead to use hand-to-hand combat in order to win. Medabots agrees and nearly gets his hand shot off. Okay, so Medabots gets told to use one of the tarps in the site to attack Unitrix, and it's revealed that there's a rock under the tarp, that's been thrown at Unitrix, but I swear the rock was a lot smaller than it is when Unitrix catches it. Medabots ends up stuck, landing in what seems to be a mound of concrete, and then he manages to break free using his action mode and effortlessly dodges all of Unitrix's barrages of bullets. Tak starts to think it's hopeless as he keeps missing, and Susie grows impatient as the shopping centre apparently opens at 10. Susie sneaks off to help Tak by getting a kilobot to attack Medabots, but Common Dog steps in to stop her, and Common Dog gets his ass kicked. Arkdash and Ginkai step in to help out, and Susie just comes away as the mall has apparently opened. Medabots wins the row battle by surfing into Unitrix, and Ginkai steps in to explain to Tak why he never needed Unitrix at all. The episode ends with Tak apologising to Common Dog. Ikki and Ginkai part ways, still enemies for some reason, with the way they share glances at each other. Tak gives Susie the kilobot Medawatch back, which she then wraps around a cat because Kintar and Rintaro wanted it back. And yeah, she's a bit of a bitch, but whatever. This episode's pretty good. You know, can't really fault it. I mean, there's maybe like one or two faults, but whatever. It gets a 7.5 out of 10. Episode 78, Thanks for the Memories. I'm just going to try and make this as short and sweet as possible. This episode gets a 3 out of 10. It's basically a clip show, and it's really off-putting watching this episode play clips from episodes with the previous art style before cutting back to the new digital art style. This episode could have been used to hint at Cam's childhood, or Zuru's first time being the mystery Medafighter, or anything else like, you know, the disappearance of Henry, or any of the other characters that don't appear anymore, but apparently no, we have to spend this episode dedicated to watching clips of episodes that I'd probably much rather be watching. Also, Ikki and Ginkai are now friends again. Like, seriously, this saga cannot make up its own mind. And apparently Ginkai is still getting shunned because everyone still thinks he's a rogue Medafighter, despite the fact that he fell out with Cam in the tournament that they flash back to in this episode. Like, seriously. There is this funny moment where Erika wants to do a report that reflects on the school year as a whole, like row battling and stuff, and Ikki suggests starting with Ginkai being a rogue Medafighter. Ginkai actually agrees, and he's not even unfazed by the certain rogue Medafighter comment, and suggests that they all get incriminating evidence and photos of all the rogue Medafighters in town. And then Arkdash, hilariously enough, asks if it also includes Ginkai as well. And Ginkai hilariously tries to drop the whole subject entirely, but even then it's like, so what? Like, this episode is on par with Rock's Reborn. It's just so bad to me. Episode 79, How Spike Got His Style Back. So 2 kids lose another ball in a tree, and it's apparently the 3rd ball this week, but they also can't count it as the one that got lost in the gutter apparently doesn't count. Spike comes along to try and help, but Crosser Dog can't get the ball out of the tree. Spike gets challenged to target practice by the 2 rogue Medafighters, who also have brand new kilobots, despite them being the same kilobots that they've had in previous episodes. Samantha comes along and takes them up on their target practice offer, unless they want to play with the tree some more, to which Spike replies with, no, probably wasn't even aimed at you, but okay. Okay, so Kintar calls for Unitrix to row battle, and Mintaro calls for Exor, but then Kintar calls for Exor to finish off Crosser Dog. But I thought Unitrix was your kilobot. Are the people dubbing this anime even trying anymore? Like, you can't seem to pay attention to who's controlling who. Like, that was within the space of maybe 2 seconds, and you didn't go back and edit that. Samantha and Spike lose their row battle because Pepper Cat ends up being outnumbered due to Crosser Dog being taken out by Exor. Ginkai comes along to challenge both rogue Medafighters and ends up winning after Arkdash Fusro dars them with his electric laser beam. Samantha and Peppercat thank them, and Ginkai leaves almost in a hurry after Arkdash catches him blushing. He also apparently knew about the baseball stuck in the tree as well, so kind of begs the question how long he'd been there. We cut to Spike and Crosser Dog rueing over their loss earlier, hoping that they don't get kicked out of the screws. Spike vows that they both get better at road battling and that Crosser Dog needs to trust Spike when he becomes unsure, but then Crosser Dog says, "You haven't let me down yet, pal. So Heavy Metal is no longer canon?" Or... Spike and Crosser Dog try training by shooting cans and joining in a row battling lesson with Ms. Nye and some kids. Icky and Ginkai give them a row battle demonstration, and it gives Spike inspiration to come up with a unique strategy in row battle. Icky also gets called brilliant for his strategy, which involved getting sun glare into Arkdash's vision for a surprise grapple, and Icky becomes all goofy, and so does Medabots. As you can see here in this little screenshot that I took of Icky being all, I guess you could say, animated. Spike tried to find a unique style, and it involves watching Icky lose to Sloane at rock, paper, scissors, getting dirt from Eureka. Seriously, Eureka, I thought you were Icky's friend. And getting advice on confidence from Zuru. He decides to challenge Mintaro and Kintor to a rematch, the two rogue meta fighters from before, and apparently has a plan that involves the sandbox in the playground. But the next morning it would seem that it's been snowing and Spike fears that his plan won't work. But Crosser Dog tries to reassure him that it could still work. After Spike calls Sloane, he meets Mintaro and Kintor for the rematch, and so does a group of school kids, and the row battle begins. But something seems off with Crosser Dog, as he appears to be wearing some kind of cloak. Turns out Crosser Dog is using Totalizer's hover legs? Like, since when could Totalizer hover? It was never ever hinted even once that Totalizer could hover. But then Mintaro and Kintor get the idea to have their Kilobots use their action modes to get rid of all the snow. So if they could do that all this time, why did they just let the Kilobots struggle to move around in the snow on foot? So all looks lost for Spike and Crosser Dog, but then Spike tries to get Crosser Dog to try one last time to shoot the Kilobots. And Crosser Dog manages to one-hit kill Unitrix by, as it turns out, has been hitting the same spot over and over again. Pretty cool idea, but as it turns out, Crosser Dog may have forgotten about one thing. Me and Exor, as Mintaro exclaims, with Spike replying with, "That's two things." So the episode ends with Crosser Dog losing the row battle, or did he win? Mintaro and Kintor swear that they'll get him in the spring, like they've been defeated, so did Spike and Crosser Dog win, or did they lose? I really don't know. And everyone cheering Spike and Crosser Dog for their strategy. Okay, what was up with the way Zuru shouts "way to go" just before everyone begins to cheer? It sounded too high-pitched to be him. Samantha also comes to congratulate Spike for a good row battle, but he ends up annoying her, and we end on a freeze frame of Spike running away for his life. I really wanted to like this episode, as I thought it was going to go the same way that Cyan Dog Bites Back or Night in the Medabot Junkyard went, but it didn't. Shame it ended up letting itself down here and there, though. I mean, because he actually did try to be original, like, you know, Spike didn't have to cut ties with the screws, and it was just about him learning to be better at row battles. Like, that was all it was. This episode gets a 7 out of 10 from me. Episode 80, the Medabots Straight Line Marathon. The episode starts with Spike and Sloane admiring a poster on the wall at school, congratulating Moira for becoming Aikido champion. Susie hates this and hates it even more when Spike and Sloane state that Susie has an even worse temper than Samantha. Meanwhile, Icky discovers Medabots reading a book that Miss Nye has given him. They have an argument, but then a map falls out of the book that Icky thinks is a treasure map. We cut to Eureka, Brass, Miss Nye and Susie, who are standing outside Miss Nye's van, and Susie tries to get Eureka to add her to the school paper, but Erika really doesn't want to, as she's not impressed with Susie's attempts at proving that she's interesting. Just then, Icky and Medaby run up to the previously mentioned to consult Ms. Nye about the map that they discovered. Turns out it's not a treasure map like Icky thought it was, but is actually a route that's been outlined for a Medabots straight line marathon. So one part of the route involves going through the back garden of a house belonging to an old man called Old Man Cranky Pants. Icky and Medaby seem rightfully uneasy about this idea. And you're not allowed to take any detours because apparently you'll be disqualified from the race because you didn't stick to the set marathon course. But then Ms. Nye says Medafighters can take detours to get around obstacles but still need to finish the race with their Medabot. Those two statements do not go together. And apparently the fun of this race is not following the rules. I'll leave that with you guys. So the next challenge is Man's Worst Friend, which takes place near a river next to a factory that's guarded by a Medafighter game dog. Medaby asks if he'll need shots and Icky asks him, "You afraid of dogs?" But he's never been afraid of Salty, so no, he just doesn't want to get bitten. Then the finish line is at the top of the Stairway of Doom. Susie challenges Erika, so she'll put her in the school paper, but Erika hates the idea of competing, as she feels that the marathon is a stupid, reckless race, and rightfully so. I mean, you know, part of the race involves trespassing through someone's back garden. You know, you're just asking to be arrested by the police, you know. But Erika finally agrees when they all figure out that Ms. Nye and Honey completed the marathon 10 years ago, and Icky and Medaby won't stop complimenting them. So the race starts and Erika and Brass manage to take the lead, but then they get to the Old Man Cranky Pants obstacle, and Susie manages to get by swiftly with Ambiguous 2. Erika and Brass fail to get by straight away, but they are able to sneak past by distracting the old man by complimenting his plants. Erika and Brass manage to finally get away, and the old man comments, "I was beginning to think they'd taken me off the route." That's actually quite a funny comment. So at the very least, the old man's actually in on it, you know. So the next part of the course is seriously different, as what used to be marshlands is now what appears to be a tall block of flats, which Susie manages to get to the top of with Ambiguous 2 transporting grappling hook parts. Erika and Brass get the idea of simply sneaking through the building through one of the open flats. So Erika and Brass end up being neck and neck with each other as they approach the next challenge. Brass tries the hardest to stay balanced as she crosses the large plank, but she ends up getting knocked off by Ambiguous 2. Erika has Brass transport swimming parts so she can swim back out of the murky pond below. And why did she take a sweet time, figuring that out? That was all she had to do, you know. It's not like they're in a row battle or anything. Brass gives Erika a pep talk when Erika thinks she's not good enough, and Brass tells her to keep going if she wants Icky to finally respect her. Icky and Brass meet Susie and Ambiguous 2, but apparently Ambiguous 2 lost its medal, and so Erika and Brass offer to help them find it. The episode ends with Susie and Ambiguous 2 apparently winning a second earlier, despite both rivals finishing at the same time. Maybe if the episode hadn't cut to a fade out, then in, maybe we could have seen for ourselves. But then Susie lets Erika and Brass take the victory because they helped Susie find Ambiguous 2's medal. So Ms. Nye calls it a tie? What? And Susie and Erika both appear together in the school paper. This episode is honestly one of the better ones. I really did enjoy this one. It's a bit weird in places. I would have given it a 10 had it not been for some of the weirder moments, like Ms. Nye finally calling the race a tie despite Susie winning, but then she let Erika take the victory and whatever. So this episode just gets a 9.5 out of 10 from me. Episode 81, Kung Fu for Thought. The episode starts with Icky fantasising over a singer he really likes before cutting to Medaby and Ms. Nye at a workshop, before cutting back to Icky buying an album with all of his pocket money. Medaby helps out at the workshop shifting boxes and ends up falling out with Arkdash after being given unclear instructions when trying to move the boxes as he cannot see. Ginkai is also there as he came by to pick up a part that he needed fixing. So Ginkai and Ikki are now rivals again. You'd have thought by now that the saga would have finally made up its mind over whether Ginkai and Ikki were actually friends or whether they were still rivals or what. Because they still act really bitter to each other, despite the fact that there have been episodes where they have actually got on with each other. But anyway, Ginkai and Ikki are now rivals again as they start bickering about Ginkai being arrogant and Ikki being a hothead just like the Medabots. Mizunai reveals that she bought a warehouse so she could have her own custom arena to test Medabots out, and Ginkai, Arkdash, Ikki and Medaby agreed to a battle there, but they both wish they had better competition and end up insulting Samantha and Peppercat in the mix, to which Spike and Crosser Dog catch wind of. Both Ikki and Ginkai agree to a battle in the arena on Sunday, as the arena hasn't finished being built yet. But Ikki reveals to Medaby that he used up all his pocket money on the CD he bought earlier, so he can't get Medaby's ammunition for his weapons recharged in time. So they both feel that they have no other way to face Ginkai and Arkdash on Sunday. Did this episode forget that Medaby could just use the Medaforce? Yeah, it drains all of his power, but it'll still one-hit KO Arkdash before Medaby has to shut down or whatever. That's how it's always worked in previous episodes. What's worse is the Screws end up running into Ikki and Medaby and challenge them to a row battle for what they said at Mizunai's workshop. Ikki and Medaby end up winning and congratulate each other on their victory, but it slowly dawns on them that Medaby has 0 ammunition left because he used the very little that he had left during the row battle with Samantha and Peppercat. They get to Mizunai's workshop and she offers to let them try some old parts so Ikki and Medaby can still row battle without being handicapped. Not sure what that will do considering the problem is Medaby has 0 ammunition for his blasters, precision cannon and seeking missile launchers, but interestingly enough they end up picking head, leg and arm parts that suggest that they were built for hand-to-hand combat anyway. But again, did they just forget that Medaby could tap into the Medaforce? I laughed at the part where Medaby tries 2 arm parts, like here, that are both basically lances and asks if anyone needs their ears pierced. That actually got a chuckle out of me. Later that day, after deciding that none of the parts they tried on Medaby suited him, they go home and watch TV and are inspired by some kung fu films. So the next day, Ikki and Medaby go back to Mizunai's workshop to try the 2 lance arm parts again. So Medaby practices using the lances, but ends up dealing 100% damage to his head part, causing his medal to eject. Yeah, it's a tired nunchuck gag, but the fact that he dealt that much damage to his own head part is just hilarious. So the 2 have 4 days to practice using the lances, and for the most part they fail. At one point Ikki decides to throw a grey metal box at Medaby, which was just funny because of how unexpected it was. Ikki and Arkdash end up bumping into Medaby and Ikki as they are walking home to call it a day, and Ginkai and Arkdash make fun of Medaby for his new arm parts. So it's Sunday and both parties show up with Mizunai at the warehouse that she bought. They're confused at first despite Mizunai telling them that she wanted them to row battle each other here as the arena was inside. So at one point in the row battle, Medaby ends up getting his lances stuck in a big cargo box and is now wide open to attack from Arkdash. But because Medaby was jumping around whilst being shot at, it meant parts of the box were being hit, so Medaby could simply pull his way out with the lances and use the part of the box now stuck to Medaby as a shield. But Arkdash ends up countering Medaby once again when Medaby tries to go on the offense and Medaby's head and arm parts are now about ready to shut down. So Ikki and Medaby end up winning the row battle, and Mizunai reveals how the 2 were able to create a brilliant strategy with their new arm parts because they didn't have any ammunition left for Medaby's standard weapons. The episode ends with Ikki realising he forgot that the day before he was going to meet the singer who made the album that he had bought earlier in this episode, and he's devastated. This episode is actually really funny at the best of times, and Thing is, this is probably the first time in this saga that I'm going to be giving an episode a perfect 10 score. Like, seriously. It seriously took a long time, but I finally found an episode worthy of a 10 out of 10. Episode 82, Erika to the Rescue. This episode starts with Mintaro and Kintar trying to mend/clean their kilobots, whilst ruing because Cam won't give them any more parts until they row battle some Medabots. But the pair of them have to actually win the row battles too. So these two turn out to be not so good, as at one point they both call out underwear or great because they panicked at the last second during a row battle with someone, despite these two at the very least being competent enough to beat Spike in a row battle. So Ikki and Erika just so happened to be in the area, and it turns out that they were turned down for laser tag a year ago because they were too short, really? But the pair of them look pretty much the same height, like in every single saga that they both appeared in, so... Anyway, Mizunai reveals that she just got the high score on the laser tag a year ago, and even has a trophy to support that fact. They come away from Mizunai's workshop, and Ikki and Erika squabble again because Ikki got turned down to hook up with Mizunai for laser tag. Ikki lists off why he likes Mizunai, and he ends up angering Erika. Later on, Erika swears that she'll prove to Ikki that she's just as good as Mizunai. The next day, Ikki starts to lose the will to live as Erika hasn't arrived yet at the theme park that they're in, and Medabots is hilariously playing an intense game of whack-a-mole, as seen here. Like, I like the way Ikki just comes out of nowhere and prods Medabots from behind and says beep. I don't know why, that was just a lot funnier than it should have been. Erika finally shows up, and the four go off to play laser tag together, with Mintaro and Kintar not too far behind. Erika and Brass end up getting a very low score at the end of their turn. Ikki attempts to rub his scar in Erika's face, and he suggests that he comes back with Mizunai later on, and it causes Erika to leave him, but she's stopped immediately by Mintaro and Kintar, who declare to Ikki that they challenge him to a row battle. Erika and Ikki end up falling out again, which causes Medabots to sustain damage from their kilobots, and ends up being permanently damaged by an electrical console outlet. Whatever that thing is that Medabots keeps being slammed into at the beginning of every episode of the Kilobot saga. And Medabots ends up having triple vision. Erika apologises and shows her gratitude to Medabots, to which he happily accepts, but Ikki seems still pretty pissed off with Erika. A bit later on, Ikki talks to Medabots after he trips up again, and thinks that he is to blame for Medabots' wonky vision because he was mean to Erika. What's worse is Mintaro and Kintar find them both, and they declare that they want to finish what they started. Erika tries to get Mizunai to come and fix Medabots, but she's currently in the middle of an experiment. There's a cool scene with Ikki and Medabots being chased by Mintaro and Kintar, and their kilobots in go-karts, and then they end up in a house of wacky mirrors. Ikki and Medabots hide out in one of the rides, and Erika and Brass manage to find them. Erika explains that Mizunai couldn't come down to fix Medabots, but she told Erika how to repair Medabots. Ikki hates this idea and can't seem to trust Erika, but Medabots seems to be able to. Mintaro and Kintar end up finding them again, so Erika, Brass, Ikki and Medabots decide to hide in a Ferris wheel car so that they can repair Medabots. Mintaro and Kintar decide to just wait for the four to come back down so they can row battle them again. Yeah, probably not the best idea to hide in a Ferris wheel car. I mean, Mintaro and Kintar, like, the pair of them have been there have been evidence to have been like quite stupid, but even they managed to even they've managed to catch on to what you were trying to do. Erika looks like she's finished fixing Medabots, but it turns out the lens inside Medabots' head is cracked and it needs a new one. What's worse is the Ferris wheel car that they're in is getting closer and closer to the bottom. Erika finally gets the idea to get the lens from a camera so they can install it into Medabots so he can see again. The rest of the road battle takes place on the teacup ride, the roller coaster, and the 4 characters hilariously interrupting a baseball target ride as well. The episode ends with Erika and Ikki apologising to each other after Medabi forces them both to, and Mizunai commending Erika's ingenuity for repairing Medabi. This episode is brilliant from start to finish. That ending seemed a bit off though, like the last couple of seconds or so, when it cuts to like this long cut of Erika, Brass, Ikki and Medabi, and Mizunai standing next to Mizunai's van. And it looks like Ikki is just shouting, smiling with his mouth open at Medabi, but his lips don't actually sync up with what he's saying. And it's really weird. That seems to have been a bit of a problem throughout this saga, and I think in the other 2 sagas as well, but this saga it's just been like a really weird problem, like characters like saying stuff and the lip movements just not even close to matching up, which was really weird. But anyway, this episode gets a 10 out of 10 from me. Episode 83, Rough on a Hot Tin Cat. So the episode starts with Samantha telling Ikki and Medabi about how she won a row battle between Mintaro and Kintar in a 2-on-1 row battle. Spike lets slip that Samantha had been practicing with Ginkai, and then we cut to Cam talking to Mintaro and Kintar. Cam is disappointed in the two to start off with, but then decides to flip a coin, or medal, or subway token as Kintar thinks it is, to determine whether or not Cam keeps supplying the two with kilobots, which Mintaro and Kintar end up winning. Meanwhile, Samantha is still annoyed at Spike for letting slip about practicing in secret with Ginkai, and she thinks that she should end her business with Spike and Sloane. Apparently Spike and Sloane are so stupid that they had to ask a garden gnome for directions because they got lost within their own back gardens at one point. And what happened to the humour in this anime? Like, times like these, it's just so lazy. I mean, the humour wasn't always that good in the previous 2 sagas. Like, there were times when it was just kind of lame as well, but this is just... it's just so bland, and there's, like, nothing there. She ends up running into Mintaro and Kintar again, who challenge her to a row battle on top of Mount Nevermore on Sunday, to which she accepts. Zuru and Gorum too just so happen to catch wind of this. Ginkai and Arkdash are waiting for Samantha and Peppercat at the park. The latter finally turn up, and then they all joke about how one may or may not have a crush on the other. Then Ikki and Medabi show up to tell Samantha about how Spike and Sloane has told them about the secret training sessions with Ginkai. Arkdash asks Medabi for a favour in the form of helping them train Peppercat. Medabi agrees, but hates that he has to pretend to be Unitrix as he smells like sour cream and onion potato chips. Then Medabi gets whacked by Peppercat and decides he wants to get serious. Later on, the Screws are walking down the street to meet Mintaro and Kintar at Mount Nevermore, but it turns out the two have invited other rogue Medafighters with them, with Cam watching the whole thing from the computer on his office. Samantha gets Peppercat to lure the kilobots into the woods when Totalizer and Crosser Dog have their medals ejected. So back with Ikki, Medabi, Ginkai and Arkdash at the park. Ikki suggests that they all go to Mount Nevermore to watch the row battle. Ginkai and Arkdash declines at first, but then you hear their thoughts and they are both worried about the two. Why? I mean, Samantha and Peppercat have been known to be quite, competent when it comes to row battles. I mean, even just in this episode alone, they bragged about how they won on a 2 versus 1. I mean, I know that's Mintaro and Kintar we're talking about, but still, that's a 2-on-1 is a 2-on-1, there's still a handicap. Also, Arkdash wants to keep his feelings for Peppercat a secret despite shouting at the top of his voice, "I'll protect you, Peppercat, my love," earlier on when Peppercat was practicing row battling with Medabi and Arkdash. Spike and Sloane end up running into the 4, and so they all go to help Samantha and Peppercat, who ends up being cornered in the woods. The mystery Medafighter and Rakusho also appear too, and some of the rogue Medafighters actually start to disband. Peppercat insists that if Mintaro and Kintar want to defeat her so badly, then they have to do it fair and square, despite the rogue battle still being a 2 versus 1, but whatever. So there's a very clever moment by Mintaro and Kintar where they get Exar to drop the subway token, so everyone thinks Exar's medal was ejected. So Peppercat ends up winning by launching Exar into Unitrix from the hold that Exar had placed her in, and... okay. So Black Beetle appears and is ordered by Cam to shoot everyone. Medabots and Rakusho use the Medaforce, but Black Beetle just jumps out the way. So Medabots humorously shouts, "Cross the streams," causing the two streams of energy to become one. But unfortunately, Black Beetle still keeps going on because Medabots and Rakusho needed to physically twist the Medaforce around to actually hit Black Beetle. So that's why it apparently wasn't effective when it finally hit her or some shit. Then after finishing off Peppercat, Arkdash ends up triggering the Medaforce and finally finishing off Black Beetle. Surprisingly enough, Cam is impressed with Arkdash learning the Medaforce. The episode ends with Mintaro and Kintar receiving an email from Cam that he'll forgive them if they retrieve Black Beetle, and Ginkai reveals that he received Black Beetle's medal from Zuru's dad after nearly running him over. This episode is okay. It's it's an alright episode. There's some weird things here and there, but it's still an alright episode overall. It's a decent watch. This episode gets a 7 out of 10 from me. Episode 84, Medaforced. The episode starts with Mintaro and Kintar being told by Cam that if they want more free Killabot parts, then they need to capture Rakusho from the mystery Medafighter. Black Beetle questions Cam's idea to have Mintaro and Kintar help Cam, but Cam reassures her that they are just pawns in his plan. So Cam explains the Medaforce to us and says that because Kilobots don't have emotions, they can't use the Medaforce. So it's kind of going over what happened, what he pretty much said in the first episode of the Kilobot saga. But Black Beetle can actually use the Medaforce because of a Neo X medal that has the emotion chip still in. I don't really blame them for, like, you know, going back to that, you know, rule that they had and everything, but I feel like I gotta ask once again, like, how do you program emotions? You know, and why did the Medaforce have to be this thing based on emotions? Like, why couldn't it have just been like energy based, or the Kilobots just had weirder, stronger armour or something? Meanwhile, the mystery Medafighter is successful in his 2 versus 1 road battle against Mintaro and Kintar, but Medabots and Ikki intervene because Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle won't stop attacking Exar and Unitrix despite the road battle being over. Medabots states that it's getting harder and harder to tell the mystery Medafighter apart from the bad guys, and then tries to stop Rakusho from attacking Exar and Unitrix. Medabots tries to get Rakusho to come to his senses, and while all of this is going on, Black Beetle takes aim at Rakusho, but she stops for a second as Rakusho replies, "No, it's not the same," to Medabots saying, "You're just blindly following commands like a Kilobot would do." Does this episode forget that Cam has physically destroyed Medabot medals, and that Mintaro, Kintar, Susie, Banjo, the triplets, and that guy with the small army of hovering Kilobots have actually been following the rules of row battling? Now that I think about it, so why are they still being called rogue Medafighters? I mean, I thought the whole point of a rogue Medafighter was that they broke the rules by swapping parts during a row battle and reloading ammunition and shit. I mean, we know Ginkai did all of that when he was a rogue Medafighter, but, you know, it's like the good guys keep trying to make other people out to be bad guys in the saga. You know, it tries to be all preachy and shit, and it's like, Cam has done far worse. Like, you really cannot like, there is no comparison at that point. Like, Exor flees the row battle, but Rakusho gives chase and Tyrell Beetle is ordered to pin Medabi down. Black Beetle decides to take the shot at Rakusho, but misses and shoots the banister that Rakusho was standing on, causing him to fall into the river below. The next day, Ikki, Medabi, Erika, Brass and Zuru are standing behind a gate next to a large river that divides the city that they all live nearby. Ikki and Medabi questions the mystery Medafighter for disappearing and not looking for Rakusho. Meanwhile, Rakusho is in a secret Kilobot lab being tested on. Cam explains to Black Beetle that she's going to link with him and somehow manipulate Rakusho into using the Medaforce. A plan which she never told Black Beetle about, seeing as how she at that point asks, "I am?" just as Cam says that she's going to link with him. Yeah, good job keeping your greatest ally in the dark about your big plan, Cam. Like, you think he wouldn't have, like, told her about that sooner, especially seeing as how she's like his partner in crime, or whatever you want to call that. So they go through with the plan, and Black Beetle and Rakusho start talking to each other in Rakusho's mind. So Rakusho questions how Medabi is right in thinking Rakusho is just being used as a tool, but not how he can see Black Beetle in his own mind. So Black Beetle gets the chance to link with Rakusho, but something happens and the machine starts to shut down. Then one of the scientists suggests that they force Rakusho to use the Medaforce during a row battle. Just then Mintaro and Kintar message Cam as the mystery Medafighter somehow has the two cornered. Ikki and Medabi show up to question what's going on this time, but the mystery Medafighter explains that Mintaro and Kintar were just baiting Cam's bigger plan to steal Rakusho. But then Rakusho appears along with Cam and a row battle breaks out. But it would seem that Rakusho is being haunted by visions of Black Beetle in his mind. You know, it just hit me. How is Cam controlling Rakusho? Did he steal the mystery Medafighter's watch? If so, then how did he get it without Zuru noticing? And if not, then how did Cam simply saving Rakusho from drowning cause him to only take Cam's orders? If it's the latter, then the mystery Medafighter still owns Rakusho. It's still really confusing to me, because even all the way back in the Medaforce saga, we saw Medabi row battling without having any input commands from Ikki, but Ikki still had Medabi's Medawatch, so is this all because of Black Beetle placing herself into Rakusho's head, or do Medabots actually have free spirits of their own? This is something that's still never ever been all that clear to me. Like, sometimes the Medabots, when they're row battling, they need inputs from the Medafighters, and then other times they can fight without necessary commands. It really is just confusing to me. It's not just the Kilobot saga, it's something all the way throughout this anime that's really confused me. So the mystery Medafighter somehow manages to get Rakusho to use the Medaforce, which somehow breaks him free of the Black Beetle clones in his mind. So Cam tells Black Beetle to make the connection with the Rakusho as he's activating the Medaforce, but Black Beetle is put off by Cam saying earlier that if Black Beetle gets destroyed, I'll just replace her. Cam questions why Black Beetle can't use the Medaforce, and the butler answers in his head with, "It's because you don't care for her." Ikki, Medabi, the mystery Medafighter and Tyrell Beetle plot to sneak inside Cam's base and take Rakusho back, but then they meet the butler. Meanwhile, Black Beetle and Rakusho are both offline, and Rakusho ends up in Black Beetle's memories. She appears to be reliving the time she fought all of those other Kilobots. Black Beetle reveals that she is afraid of Cam, but she still follows his orders because she thinks Cam respects her. Black Beetle is haunted again by Cam telling her that if I lose Black Beetle, I'll just get another. And so the giant machine starts malfunctioning, but Cam says not to shut the machine down. Like, just because you're rich doesn't mean you can just allow your shit to break, Cam. The butler leads Ikki, Medabi, the mystery Medafighter and Tyrell Beetle down a flight of stairs so Cam and his scientists don't notice them. They manage to find the lab, and Rakusho and Black Beetle have gone mad. Mintaro and Kintor fail to stop Black Beetle and Rakusho, and so Medabi insists that he and Ikki try to save Black Beetle and Rakusho before they overload. Ikki tries to tell Cam about the Medaforce not working for him because it's about friendship, but Cam just doesn't seem to understand, as he sees the Medafighter as the masters and the Medabots/Kilobots feelings shouldn't matter, despite you acknowledging that the Medaforce doesn't work because it's based on feelings. The mystery Medafighter goes in to help Rakusho and somehow doesn't get electrocuted from Rakusho overloading. Rakusho claims that Black Beetle is still inside his mind. Rakusho finally manages to fight off Black Beetle in his mind, and so him and Medabi try to stop Black Beetle from overloading. So the episode ends with Medabi and Rakusho using the Medaforce on Black Beetle. Rakusho rescues Black Beetle from her own mind. Cam is still convinced that Medabots and Kilobots are just machines, and Black Beetle ponders over her own existence. This was a weird episode overall. Like, for the right and wrong reasons. Like, I get it, Cam's supposed to be cold and calculating and everything, but like, he really did show his true colours in this episode. Like, he is so self-destructive. Like, it's actually on par with Dick Dastardly. Like, sometimes he's just completely void of any kind of common sense. Like, it's actually kind of jarring, like, just how stupid Cam seems to come across in this episode. Like, I get it, he's a kid and everything, but whatever. I mean, this episode still gets a 7.5 out of 10 from me. Like, it's not the worst episode, like, definitely not the worst episode, but I just... fuck, man, fuck. Episode 85, Poor Miznai. The episode starts with Medabi and Arkdash row-battling each other under a bridge, which is then interrupted by Miznai. Whilst Miznai is on the phone to someone, Ikki and Medabi pretend to lose the row battle against Arkdash and Ginkai so they can receive attention from Miznai. She has to dash off as she is about to miss a high school reunion, and then Ginkai and Arkdash find out that they faked Medabi sync-in function. Miznai turns up to a high school reunion, and a lot of the people reminisce about her when they were younger, about her being popular and really pretty. And so the women all gossip about her being a tomboy and apparently throwing away winning a free scholarship to university. The next morning, one of the women from the reunion appears at Miznai's workshop to tell her that she can do better. Ikki and Medabi show up to get attention from Miznai, and then Tak and Common Dog appear. Later on, Ikki and Medabi run into Banjo outside the arcade that he regularly plays in, and he challenges them to a game. Ikki and Medabi appear concerned at first, but Banjo reassures them that Cam has nothing to do with anything. Ikki and Medabi lose to Banjo for the 12th time, so Banjo challenges them to a row battle whilst commenting, "Battling by the rules is as big a challenge as you can get." Which is actually kind of interesting. Like, more and more people seem to be actually turning away from Cam now, which is something that I kind of wished had been fleshed out a bit more. Like, you know, maybe had more scenes of people going, "No, fuck you, Cam. I'm sick of the way you treat us. Like, you're too cold and calculating. Fuck you, I'm gonna branch off away from you now." But whatever. Ikki and Banjo go to the park to row battle, where it turns out is not too far away from where Miss Miznai was showing Momoko her workshop van. You know, the woman from the high school reunion. Probably should have... I'm really, really bad at remembering character names. Miznai goes to intervene, but Erika and Brass both explain that Banjo is playing by the rules. And then Erika and Brass disappear. Like, seriously, I don't recall them appearing in the episode after that. Kind of pointless them being there. Miznai tries to get Momoko to understand why she's interested in the kids row battling, and it's that row battling teaches kids to vent their aggression in a positive, competitive way and loyalty and shit. So Ikki and Medabi managed to wear Redrun down, but Redrun looks massive compared to Medabi here. Like, just look at the screenshot, like... what the hell's going on? How did they get the scaling all wrong here? Like, in the previous episodes, like, Red Runner's always been fairly tall, but still roughly about the same height as Medaby. I mean, maybe give or take a couple of inches, but whatever. But here, he looks like he's 40 stories tall. Like, look at Medaby here. He's like wrapped around one of Red Run's hands. So Icky manages to beat Banjo by having Medaby swing on the swing and then flip Red Run into the air using the seesaw, and then finishes Red Run off with his heat-seeking missiles. The episode ends with Momoko apologising to Ms. Knight for thinking she was wasting away her life, and the two part ways, and then Ms. Knight offers to buy Icky and Erika ice cream. Also, Erika does reappear. I would have given this episode a perfect 10, but that scene with Red Run and Medaby and the lip syncing on Momoko when she starts cheering Icky on as he wins, it's just a bit off, so 9.5 out of 10. Also, just very quickly before I finish this, a while back I was watching the Japanese dubs of Medabots, the Medabots saga. In the original Japanese dub, during the high school reunion, Ms. Nai sings the ending credits for the Japanese dub. It's, from what I understand, it's basically, I think it's from like Ikki Tenryo's point of view, where it was supposed to be hinted that he actually had a crush on Ms. Nai. It's kind of downplayed in the English version, and honestly, in a way, I'm kind of glad that it did. I mean, like, I get it, like, Ikki's getting a bit older now, but I suppose that's still kind of weird for, you know, just with the age difference and everything. And but in the English dub, Ms. Nai sings, I think it's something about she'll be coming around the mountain when she comes, which was actually quite funny. It was so unexpected that it actually makes me laugh every single time I hear her start singing that song. Episode 86, The Mystery Medafighter Revealed. The episode starts with Icky, Medaby, Erika and Zuru sat at a cafe overhearing some kids passing by, saying that they're going to buy kilobots. Erika asks what's wrong with kids today, despite being a kid herself. I also don't think that the problem is kids buying kilobots rather than Medabots. I mean, to me, the problem has always been the person using the kilobots. You know, the way they act, the fact that they're cheating. Like, I don't think the kilobot has anything to do with that, really. Like, look at the Rubber Robo gang. You know, they cheated a lot. They didn't use kilobots. We then cut to some scientists in the Kilobot Corporation labs putting together a kilobot. Zuru's dad claims that the new kilobot they're working on seems too good to be true, as everything is going according to plan. He then considers leaving early to see his son. Later on, the kids from earlier running past Icky and Co to get kilobots appear at the park, and Zuru appears as the mystery Medafighter to destroy them. One kid wishes he'd kept the receipt to his kilobot after hearing what the mystery Medafighter does to kilobots. Ms. Nai appears and confronts Zuru after getting the kids to leave. Rakusho tells Ms. Nai that he agrees with her, and hopefully Zuru will learn to understand that he can't get his dad to notice him by destroying his work. Later that day, Zuru meets his dad at home, but his dad just talks about the new kilobot that he's been working on to Zuru's disgust. Okay, so this is where it all gets confusing again. So apparently Zuru set both Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle on a guy called Steve, who just got a kilobot but didn't even get a chance to take it out the box. But then the montage just seconds ago, coupled with the mystery Medafighter robots and kilobots. Like, what makes Zuru so different to Cam? At least with Zuru, you got to keep your kilobots medal, and Zuru got his Medabots to stop attacking when their opponents cease function. So now Zuru is not holding back as he gets Rakusho to repeatedly hit an already ceased kilobot. Icky, Medaby, Erika and Brass confront the mystery Medafighter, but then the mystery Medafighter decides to just set Rakusho on Medaby after Icky questions why Zuru is doing this. Cam catches wind of the mystery Medafighter going on another kilobot mass rampage around town, and so Kintar and Minsuro offer their services by destroying a Medabot for every kilobot the mystery Medafighter destroys. for Cam's spare parts in exchange, of course. Meanwhile, Zuru reflects on how he acted earlier against Ikki and starts to think that he's losing it. Damn, Kintar and Mintaro didn't take long in finding a Medafighter. Ginkai oversees this. Meanwhile, at Miznai's workshop, Miznai repairs Medabi whilst Ikki and Erika are outraged at the mystery Medafighter Samar. Then we cut back to Zuru battling Kintar and Mintaro with Gorum 2, and Gorum 2 appears to be not doing so well. So Zuru texts Ikki to help him in his row battle, and Ikki, Medabi, Erika go to find Zuru. Okay, so where are Zuru and Kintar and Mintaro row battling? Looks like a tall business building. How did they get past security? And how is the gunfire from the kilobots not attracting any passers-by or anyone in the rooms below who could hear them? Ginkai finally steps in to help Zuru, and then Cam steps in with Black Beetle. One part of the row battle has Black Beetle making Arkdash dance by shooting him. As you can see here, it's easily the funniest part of this episode. So Black Beetle manages to chip away at Arkdash's health, and everyone is complaining about Cam getting Black Beetle to deal 100% damage to Arkdash's parts. Like, why? That's the whole point of a row battle. It was never a problem before, and Arkdash nor Ginkai have forfeited. Is it because Cam is only telling Black Beetle to do this because Cam is still bitter about Ginkai leaving him? Just get Arkdash to shoot back. That's all you have to do, Ginkai. So after Zuru contemplates everything that has happened in his life up until this point, and then Cam orders Black Beetle to destroy Arkdash's medal. Now you see, that is the problem. So the episode ends with everyone just standing around not doing anything, and finally Zuru does something by throwing his glasses to the ground. That's a great way to scratch and even, like, break them. And revealing to everyone that he is the mystery Medafighter. And this episode kind of sucked. I know I complimented it here and there, or maybe the one time with Black Beetle dancing as he was being shot at, but this episode was just, it just wasn't very good. It gets a 4.5 out of 10 from me. Episode 87, Winner Takes All. The episode starts off where the previous episode ended, with Zuru revealing that he was the mystery Medafighter the entire time. But Cam says that he quits because it would be unfair for Zuru to flatten Kintar and Mintaro like pancakes. Zuru leaves, and so does Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle. Medabi comments saying, "You'd think someone as wily as the mystery Medafighter would have contacts." When Ikki asks, "Do you even need those glasses?" Miznai goes to the Kilobot Corporation with a book that Dr. Maizu, Zuru's dad, had given to her when she was a teenager. Miznai asks, "I was wondering, what are you doing around lunchtime?" And Dr. Maizu replies, "Eating." That actually kind of tickled me. So the two have lunch in the park, and the two start talking about Dr. Aki, with Dr. Maizu asking Miznai to tell him that he was right about making Kilobots the way he did. Dr. Maizu goes on to say that Kilobots help kids feel powerful because they get bossed around by parents, teachers and other kids, which is actually understandable. Then the two witness a Medafighter and his Medabot face off against a rogue Medafighter and his Kilobot, and the Kilobot gets ordered to continue the assault even after the Medabot ceased function. There's this really cool scene where Miznai and Dr. Maizu start debating over what a toy maker should be teaching, with their toy versus it being natural to feel humiliation in defeat, with Miznai questioning Dr. Maizu if he remembers what he told Zuru all those years ago about a Medabot being his best friend. Later on, Dr. Maizu and Cam are running tests on a new Kilobot called Griffin, a Kilobot that can disrupt Kilobots and Medabot weaponry, thus incapacitating them or causing them to cease function. And even with some kind of limiter on it that Dr. Maizu reveals, it can take out Redrun, which for the longest amount of time was the strongest Kilobot. So you know Griffin's going to mean business later on. Cam is pleased with the progress of Griffin and requests if he can play with it for a while. Meanwhile, at Miznai's workshop, Ikki, Erika and Medabi are concerned about Zuru and have been asking around as to where he could be. They run off to a Kate shop after Medabi suggests that Zuru could be there. But before they do, Ikki comments about how he thinks Zuru is a bit of a faker and Erika and Mizunai point out that there is a level of concern in both Ikki and Medabots' voices. It turns out Zuru was hiding in Mizunai's workshop, and he ends up getting an email from Cam about a row battle that he's challenging him to. Zuru plans to go as himself and not the mystery Medafighter. Meanwhile, back at the Kilobot Corporation, Dr. Maizu is asked about his colleagues if it was the right thing to do to allow Cam to use Griffin, despite its massive power potential and still being tested upon. Dr. Maizu thinks it was, but when they leave, he remembers what he saw in the park with Mizunai. Through looking into his mug of coffee, but he convinces himself that he is right, and then he receives an email from Mizunai. Meanwhile, Zuru sets off to meet Cam, and he runs into Ikki, Ginkai and Medabi, who offer to help him, but Zuru tells the three to leave him alone. Ginkai suggests that Ikki, Medabi and himself just follow him from a distance instead. Zuru finally meets up with Cam in a construction site. Yeah, not illegal at all. I mean, like, seriously, what is it with trespassing in this anime? Like, no security guards, no construction workers to tell them off. So the row battle starts, and we cut back to Dr. Maizu still at work. He has a flashback to Cam asking if he can play with Griffin, and Mizunai asking if he can talk to him about Zuru. He gets to the site where Zuru and Cam are row battling, which just so happens to be the place where Mizunai is given directions to, and apparently Zuru has also been given directions to as well, despite him never actually saying where Cam wanted to row battle him. Mizunai explains to Dr. Maizu that Zuru is only row battling Cam because he detests Kilobots. Zuru tells Rakusho to just go back to normal mode after Tyrell Beetle gets taken out by Griffin with one shot, as Zuru feels that he's lost despite doing everything he could. The only thing Rakusho and Tyrell Beetle do in that row battle were grapple and restrain Griffins, so the other could attack Griffin and enter demolition mode, just so they could run circles around Griffin, who was also in demolition mode. Not sure what you meant by you doing everything you could, Rakusho. Rakusho insists that he continues the row battle as he doesn't think they have lost yet. Zuru thanks Rakusho, and funnily enough, Cam just stands off screen, allowing these two to share this moment together. Like, you had this ultimate goal to humiliate Zuru and you're not taking it. So apparently Cam only now realised Dr. Maizu was here. Cam gets ready to turn off the limiter, but Dr. Maizu tells Cam not to. Cam gets Griffin to charge its cannon at Rakusho, so Dr. Maizu tells Zuru that there is a 40-second delay where Griffin can't move. Rakusho defeats Griffin, and Dr. Maizu threatens to never finish Griffin. Cam and Eddie, his butler, drive away. The episode ends with Dr. Maizu apologising to Zuru, and they share a heart-to-heart talk, and Erika taking a picture for posterity. Another pretty damn good episode overall, and I'm really liking the whole introduction to Griffin as the ultimate kablooey weapon of the week. This episode gets a 10 out of 10. Episode 88, Transfusion Confusion. The episode starts with Ginkai and Arkdash in a construction site running away from someone, but then Black Beetle shoots Arkdash off screen, and Cam appears to compliment Ginkai and Arkdash for hiding behind the crates, implying that they're row battling. Ginkai spots a pile of bags containing powdered sugar. Why would powdered sugar be in a construction site? Who then gets Arkdash to shoot them, creating a smokescreen, which then gives Arkdash an opportunity to jump up into the air so he can use his ion beam on Black Beetle, ultimately winning the row battle. Back at Cam's house, he expresses that he is disappointed in Black Beetle for losing the row battle. Black Beetle suggests that they need to start thinking as a team, that Ginkai and Arkdash won because they work and care for each other. But Cam suggests that that kind of mindset is what is more likely for a Medafighter, and it's Medabot/Kilobot to lose, that the Medafighter has to be void of all emotions. Cam then tells Eddie, his butler, to get rid of Black Beetle. Eddie suggests that Black Beetle is to be given a second chance just on the basis of her being loyal to Cam alone. Cam at first thinks that because a Kilobot keeps losing, then it's not worth the space it takes up in storage, but then gives Black Beetle a second chance but on the condition that if she loses again, she is to be replaced. Meanwhile at school, Icky and Medabots meet Tak and Common Dog. Icky and Medabots offered to help them practice at row battling, but then Black Beetle shows up. Then Cam shows up. Icky jokes about how he hopes Cam has sunscreen on as Cam is in the sun. Black Beetle and Medabots row battle, and Cam states that his faith in Black Beetle has been restored once again, causing Eddie to look at him like, what the fuck is it with you? Okay, so this is where it gets weird. Medabots starts to accumulate a lot of damage from Black Beetle, and Icky's plan involves having Medabots just stand there and take the shots fired at him, and then tell Medabots to fire his heat-seeking missiles and a barrage of lasers when Black Beetle gets too close. Did this cartoon forget that they were heat-seekers? Why did Black Beetle need to be that close for Icky's plan to take effect? The row battle isn't even over, and Cam states that he is done with Black Beetle. Back at Cam's labs, he states that it was a valiant effort on his half to install an emotion chip into Black Beetle's medal. But isn't the whole point of an X medal that it's basically a Medabot medal without the emotion chip taken out? Why not just use a regular Medabot medal? You said all of this in Kilobot Rising. Eddie is tasked with destroying Black Beetle's medal, but Eddie asks if this is something Cam actually wants, as Cam was hoping for a friend, which is why the medal was installed into Black Beetle. Cam brushes this off and calls what Eddie is saying as ridiculous. When no one is looking, Eddie puts the medal back into Black Beetle, and, interestingly enough, Black Beetle doesn't reactivate instantly. She is taken to a disposal plant within the Kilobot Corporation to be destroyed. As Black Beetle lies on the conveyor belt, she remembers what Cam had said to her earlier on in this episode about Medafighter knowing when to get rid of their pet, as he was scolding Black Beetle for losing to Ginkai and Arc Dash. Black Beetle finally switches herself back on and manages to avoid being chopped up, and proclaims that she's going to prove to Cam that she can defeat Medabots. After all that she's been through, and she still wants to, swear her allegiance to Cam, or whatever that is. Later on, Black Beetle manages to escape the Kilobot Corporation, but ends up meeting Eddie again. Eddie reveals that he put a time-activated medal inside Black Beetle. So is it the same medal, or is it not? And Eddie has someone put the timer on the medal. It's really confusing. Eddie suggests Black Beetle lay low with Medabots, but Black Beetle is completely against the idea. Eddie insists that Black Beetle gets repaired first. At first she thinks he's patronising her, but then slowly starts to think about it more, as she thinks Medabots could take advantage of her in the state that she's in. Meanwhile, at Miznai's workshop, Medabots is getting repaired, and Icky and Medabots tell Miznai about their row battle with Black Beetle and Cam, and how Cam has probably had Black Beetle scrapped for losing. Miznai states that the coupling that holds Medabots' medal in place has a screw loose, and she wants to try and replace it so it doesn't come off completely. Just then Black Beetle appears swearing revenge, but then she collapses. Miznai states that she'll have to open up Black Beetle to find out what's wrong, but Icky and Medabots are completely against it, and rightfully so. Miznai asks what Icky and Medabots would have done in her position, and states that she'll need the new part that she was going to use for Medabots to repair Black Beetle. Medabots ultimately tells Miznai to use it, stating he can wait 4 to 6 weeks for a new part. Black Beetle even comments on this, saying that this is shocking, with her being Medabots' rival, and asks if she can trust them. Meanwhile, Eddie tells Cam that Black Beetle got away, and that it was Eddie being careless that allowed Black Beetle to escape being recycled. Back with Black Beetle and the others, Black Beetle states that she feels no more pain, and that Miznai, Icky and Medabots were fools for repairing her. Medabots interrogates her by asking her why she came here in the first place. Miznai tries to help Black Beetle understand that Black Beetle came to Miznai for help because she wanted to please Cam and continue to be loyal to him as well. Black Beetle is convinced that they are all trying to turn her against Cam and starts attacking Medabots. Why don't they just grab hold of Black Beetle and force her off of Medabots instead of just standing there trying to be all poetic and stuff? Black Beetle finally stops on her own as she remembers what Miznai had said to her 5 seconds ago, and the fact that she's receiving a new part that was actually for Medabots, which isn't even compatible with her because she's a killer bot, and just walks off. The episode ends with Black Beetle bumping into Eddie and Cam, and Black Beetle comments that she has a strange gut feeling as Cam decides to give her another chance. This episode gets a 7 out of 10 from me. Episode 89, Griffin Doom. The episode starts with Griffin being tested on by a small army of Kilobots to test its abilities so it will be better in combat, but the scientists keep picking up some strange readings from their consoles. Griffin starts to go haywire during testing, so the scientists try to have the Kilobots defeat Griffin, but they fail in doing so, and they also can't just shut Griffin down as he's not responding. Griffin looks like he's getting ready to kill, and as you can see from the shot here, that is a very unfortunate place to have some kind of cannon type weapon for Griffin. But the scientists managed to disable Griffin with the help of one lone Unitrix left. Later on it's revealed that Black Beetle was controlling Griffin, but the reason why Griffin went psycho earlier on was because she couldn't handle the amount of sheer power from Griffin. But Cam brushes it off by saying she'll just have to get used to it. She has the strongest Kilobot medal coming from the horse's mouth, and Cam is okay risking it getting damaged, all because he just wants to get good at row battling. Black Beetle tries to get Cam to understand that she can't handle being inside Griffin's body, but Cam is adamant that Black Beetle will be better and stronger in row battles. Eddie tells Cam that they need to shut all of the power off to clean the generator and that the power will be off for half an hour, also subtly hinting at Black Beetle that a Kilobot could easily escape undetected if they are not careful. After Black Beetle escapes, we cut to next morning where Zuru is being told by his dad that they need to destroy Black Beetle's medal because it could be unstoppable in Griffin's body. Then we immediately cut to Ikki, Ginkai, Medabi and Arkdash row battling in the park. Because Ikki beat Ginkai, Ginkai owes Ikki a pocket pizza, even though that kind of looks like some kind of rice ball that he has there. Kind of like 4Kids when they did the English dub for Pokemon. Just then they spot Kintaro and not Kintor. Seriously, his name has always been Kintor and his friend has always been called Mintaro, so what gives? Then we cut to Susie and Ambiguous 2 spot Black Beetle running down the street, and it's revealed that Cam may have put a bounty on Black Beetle after he found out she escaped. Cam and Eddie are driving down the road, and after Cam reveals that he's placed a tracker on Black Beetle, Eddie tells Cam that Black Beetle really doesn't want to be Griffin again. Cam states that she'll have no choice as once he finds Black Beetle, he's going to trash a Kilobot body, so she'll have to use Griffin's body instead. So back with Ikki, Ginkai, Medabi and Arkdash. There's a funny scene where they bump into Mintaro and Susie calls Ginkai a blunderbuss, and Ginkai has to ask Ikki what it means so he can be offended. So Ikki, Ginkai, Medabi and Arkdash decide to help Black Beetle after they come to the conclusion that she's running away from Cam, and Mintaro and Susie manage to corner Black Beetle in a multi-storey car park. Kintor manages to catch up to them, but before he can set XR on Black Beetle, Medabi and Arkdash come to a rescue. After Mintaro, Kintor, Susie and their Kilobots run away in defeat, Zuru shows up with Rakusho after Black Beetle was about to explain why she'd run away from Cam. Zuru sets Rakusho onto Black Beetle in an attempt to destroy a medal before Cam shows up, but Medabi ends up taking Rakusho's cutlass stab for Black Beetle. Meanwhile, back with Cam and Eddie, Cam gets a call from the president. He says he hates Griffin as it's too powerful and the design is too expensive. Cam cuts off the call with the president and states that he can't return Griffin just yet as he has more plans for it. Meanwhile, at Mizunai's workshop, Zuru recaps to everyone what we already knew about Dr. Maizu working for Dr. Aki, having a tiff and leaving the Medabot Corporation, nearly running Ginkai over and giving him a medal. Seriously, you nearly killed a 5-year-old, you dick. And how Dr. Maizu was working on Griffin, and that it's really powerful and even Black Beetle's medal isn't powerful enough to withstand Griffin. So they all start discussing plans to help Black Beetle escape. Cam and Rakusho end up asking, you mean she will live without a master? But that's impossible. Except you've seen Black Beetle operate freely without Cam before in this very episode. I mean, Rakusho was operating himself without Zuru at one point. So the episode ends with Cam showing up with Griffin and they all get ready to defend Black Beetle, but she ultimately decides to go back with Cam and tries to show that she is prepared to become Griffin, and Ikki, Ginkai and Zuru and the Medabots all plan their siege against Cam. This was an okay episode. It gets a 7.5 out of 10. Episode 90, Final Goodbyes. The episode starts with Cam in his office getting a message stating that Griffin is finished, and Cam tells everyone to prepare the testing tomorrow. Black Beetle tries to show willing, but is ultimately not looking forward to being tested on again. Meanwhile, Ikki and Medabots are lying down on some grass banks near a river. Ginkai and Arkdash come along and they talk about trying to help Black Beetle the other day. Ginkai states that they're just kids and they can't save the entire world. Medabots retorts with, "Why not? We've done it before." It's surreal how the Killerbots saga has been so inconsistent with trying to tie itself in with the previous sagas, and that's the only part it seems to get right. Just then, Ms. Nye arrives in a workshop van. Dr. Maizu claims to have made a back door or something so he can get into Extreme Tech's research database. This is also something that the saga keeps flip-flopping on as well. One minute they're talking about Extreme Tech, the next minute it's the Killerbot Corporation that created the Killerbots. Like, which is it? What he's trying to achieve is to delete the design data on Griffin so Black Beetle can't become Griffin. He deleted the data, but they find out that Griffin has already been completed, so Dr. Maizu ultimately failed anyway. So the gang decide to come up with a plan to simply swipe Black Beetle's medal so they can't test it. Just then Ms. Nye chimes in and says that she can probably help in some way. Later on we see Ms. Nye talking to Eddie in private. So Eddie has sympathised with Black Beetle enough that he is concerned about her getting trashed, but he's confused when Ms. Nye brings up how Cam doesn't seem to understand what he's doing and that Black Beetle doesn't want to be Griffin, and it's just all so confusing and may or may not be completely contradicting to the rest of the saga. Eddie goes into Cam's backstory about how Cam's dad never had any time for Cam and that he's the president of Extreme Tech. Cam's mum was very loving and Cam loved her very much too, but when Cam turned 4, Cam's mum passed away, and because of that, it's the very reason why Cam acts the way he does. This is all fair and well, but this is the penultimate episode and we're only just learning about this now. Like, I want to feel bad for Cam, I actually genuinely do. But look at what he's done. In the episode with Tank Bank, there were 2 Medabots that had not only been destroyed, but their medals were no longer usable. I wished the whole thing with Cam losing his mother at a very early age had been foreshadowed a bit. Not in every episode, but some sort of hint every now and again, instead of this massive bombshell within the last couple of episodes of the saga. Like, it just feels very cheap to me, and it's one of my main complaints with the Killerbots saga. Like, I know it's trying its hardest, but damn it, it just comes off way too short. So Eddie tells Ms. Nye to leave as he feels that there is nothing he can do to stop the test tomorrow with Black Beetle and Griffin, and she calls him a coward as she leaves. Yeah, I'm siding with Ms. Nye here. She even points out how Eddie has known Cam since he was a baby, and within that time he doesn't know what to do. Eddie seriously never tried to be, you know, a little bit more than just a butler. Like, I don't know, you'd think he'd have tried to have, like, befriended. I mean, maybe he had tried to befriend Cam, probably just a bit too difficult to cope with, but I don't know. I mean, could have gotten him therapy or something. He sounds like he came from a rich background or whatever. So Ms. Nye returns to her workshop to tell everyone the bad news. Zoro states that he has no other choice but to destroy Black Beetle's medal, but Ikki and Medabots immediately scorn him for suggesting it. Ginkai states that it's a slippery slope in regarding to destroying Black Beetle's medal, as Zoro will only become as bad as Cam. Zuru walks off and Ikki and Medabots try to plan an ambush to get Black Beetle's medal. Ginkai and Arkdash leave them to it and simply walk away. We cut to Cam and a lorry driver transporting Black Beetle to the test site, and Black Beetle is thinking to herself about how she'll never be the same after entering Griffin's body. Eddie is standing outside watching the lorry drive by, and he ends up bumping into Ginkai, who says Ikki and Medabi are rubbing off on him in response to Eddie asking if he's coming to get Black Beetle's medal too. We cut to Ikki, Medabi and Mizunai stuck at some traffic lights, and then cut back to Ginkai talking to Eddie about the conversation Eddie had with Mizunai yesterday. So we cut back to Ikki, Medabi and Mizunai again, who catch up to the killer bot lorry transporting Black Beetle, but then they get pulled over by a police car. Mizunai tells Ikki and Medabi to just go off on their own, and nothing becomes of that. The police officer must have seen Ikki and Medabi running away from the van, right? We cut to Cam, who notices Eddie's car pulled up near the side of the road. Ginkai and Arkdash sneak up on the van containing Black Beetle, but then they spot Ikki and Medabi coming away from the van that they got a lift from, so a good thing the van driver was trustworthy enough, huh? So the four get Black Beetle out of the van, but it would seem she already freed herself. Cam insists that Black Beetle has already chosen to become Griffin, but Ikki insists that Black Beetle doesn't want to become Griffin. Then a road battle ensues. Then Rakusho and Zuru appear to destroy Black Beetle's medal, but they fail to do so when Arkdash stops them. So the road battle goes back to Medabi and Black Beetle. Black Beetle comments that she feels free and even thanks Medabi. She gets to aim one of her blasters right at the back of Medabi's head, and Medabi asks her what she is waiting for. But Black Beetle says she doesn't know, as she's never felt this way before. She finally understands the true meaning of road battling, and she fears she'll forget it when she becomes Griffin. She ultimately wins the road battle, and Ikki confronts Cam one last time to make him understand that Black Beetle just wants to be Cam's friend. The episode ends with Ikki, Ginkai, Zuru and the Medabots adamant to rescue Black Beetle and make Cam come to his senses. This was a nice little episode to end the saga off with. Like I said, I just wished all of that with Cam had been foreshadowed over the course of the saga. I mean, Thanks for the Memories was a completely pointless episode. Why didn't we just dedicate an entire episode to hinting at Cam's backstory? This episode gets an 8.5 out of 10. Episode 91, Into the Fire. The episode starts with Cam laughing off one of the CEO's statements that Griffin was unanimously voted as to not be finished. Ikki, Medabi, Ginkai, Arkdash, Zuru and Rakusho are outside plotting how to sneak in undetected. Eddie and Mizunai call Cam's dad so they could talk about Cam, but his dad is completely uninterested. Apparently Cam has had his school shut down months ago. Like, how? So Ikki and the gang end up in what appears to be an indoor scrapyard of killer bots that Cam grew tired of. Why it freaks Ikki and Medabi out is unknown, as they have both had to deal with another junkyard in the episode A Night in the Medabot Junkyard. So them seeing destroyed killer bots should kind of be normal to them. I mean, you know, that's what happens to a Medabot when it should just be kind of normal, because that, you know, Medabots get destroyed all the time. You know, when you're built for combat, you kind of expect that to happen eventually, you know. They discover Black Beetle in the pile, and everyone has a moment with each other about what road battling means to them and why Cam has a grudge against Medabots. Medabi rants for a while, but Ikki reassures him that they're going to bring Black Beetle back. Ginkai states Cam gives bullies a bad name. Whatever. So they all have a semi-huddle until Cam interrupts. He promises that he'll hand over Black Beetle's medal if they can beat Griffin with Black Beetle's medal inserted. The animation on Ikki while he's protesting is really good. So Ikki protests the idea of road battling Black Beetle as Griffin, but Cam just states that Medabi will simply get destroyed first. Meanwhile, Eddie and Mizunai argue over entering the building to talk to Cam. Eddie seriously can't stand up to Cam because he's his boss, despite Eddie being like 3 times his size. Back with Ikki, Ginkai, Zuru and Cam, the Medabots enter demolition mode to take on Griffin, but they can barely leave a mark on Griffin. They try to steal Black Beetle's medal, but can't seem to do so, and Zuru ends up losing Tyrell Beetle. The CEO from earlier is secretly watching the road battle and is horrified with Cam, so Ikki comes up with a plan to defeat Griffin, and it involves the power core. So Medabi and the others agree with Ikki's plan, but for some reason they exit change mode as they're still being chased by Griffin. Like, why? Just stay in that change mode so you can outrun Griffin. So everyone makes it to the core and Ikki calls a stalemate, but still demands Black Beetle's medal. I don't think that's how a stalemate works. But Cam still tells Griffin to attack regardless of Ikki's warning of blowing up the whole building due to the power core being destroyed. Medabi, Rakusho and Arkdash all use the Medaforce on Griffin, but it fails to even touch Griffin. Meanwhile, Cam's dad gets another call from Eddie with live footage from the road battle, and Ikki calls Cam an unlikable creep, which causes Cam to remember the day he was with his dying mum. So Cam ends up showing more emotion than he ever has done throughout this whole entire saga, and Ikki gets a plan to short-circuit Griffin with the power core's electric charge, which was a pretty stupid idea as it's not only potentially damaged Black Beetle's medal, but also the whole building is now going to blow up. So the three Medabots go to save Cam and Black Beetle's medal, but they start to power down and Griffin is still apparently active. Like, what the fuck did Zuru's dad create? So Eddie manages to find the five and the episode ends with Eddie meeting Cam at the hospital with Black Beetle. Eddie tells Cam that his dad cancelled all of his meetings to actually be a dad for his son. Black Beetle reveals how fucking forgiving she is. Either that or she's got some serious Stockholm syndrome now. Everyone gives Cam another chance despite the shitty things he's done in the past, and Mizunai goes over all the characters that she's met over the course of the Killabot saga. She refers to Ginkai as the bully with a heart of gold, but one, what has Ginkai done besides when he was a rogue Medafighter that made him out to be classified as a bully? Necessarily, like, all he did was just cheat at row battling, and even then it's like, I mean, technically that would mean Cam was also a bully as well, because he was even worse. And two, how can a bully have a heart of gold? That's why they're called bullies, because they have no heart. This episode had some serious lip syncing issues, like a few episodes in the past, and like, I get what they were trying to do with Griffin, but god damn, even Robo Emperor wasn't as fucking hostile as Griffin was, which is just so funny. This episode ultimately gets a 5 out of 10 from me. It's just a kind of disappointing end to what could have been a really good saga. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is every single episode of the Medabots Killabot saga and every last episode of the Medabots anime or cartoon or whatever the hell you want to call it, reviewed. That's right. The 26 episodes from the Medaforce saga reviewed, the 26 episodes from the World Row Battle Tournament saga reviewed, and the 39 episodes of the Killabot saga. All reviewed in this one video. I can finally kiss this series goodbye. So why don't we take a look at the final scores? So here you can see 3 episodes scoring a 10, 5 episodes scoring a 9.5, 4 episodes scoring a 9, 1 episode scoring an 8.5, 0 episodes scoring an 8, 6 episodes scoring a 7.5, 4 episodes scoring a 7, 2 episodes scoring a 6.5, 1 episode scoring a 6, 1 episode scoring 5.5, 4 episodes scoring a 5, 1 episode scoring a 4.5, 4 episodes scoring a 4, 1 episode scoring a 3.5, and 2 episodes scoring a 3. So for anyone who's actually been keeping tabs on this series, you'll probably have taken a look at the scoreboards and you'll probably notice that there's maybe been a bit of a decline. There hasn't been that many episodes scoring between 9 and 10 in this saga as there has been in the other sagas. And now with that out of the way, Medabots, the Killabot saga, or Spirits, or Series 3, or whatever you want to call it at this point, gets a final score of 6.91 out of 10. So yeah, it's a classic case of quality does not equal quantity. And it's kind of a shame because the Killabot saga did bring some unique and cool ideas to the table, but I think it was just a classic case of it all not being executed as well as it could have been. So now, with that all out of the way, say for the sake of argument anyone hung fire until the very end of this video for my final verdict, or I don't know, any final thoughts on what I had to say about Medabots as a whole, it's honestly still my most favourite anime of all time. I mean, I know there were some times when, I don't know, I might have heavily praised it or heavily criticised it, but honestly, Medabots will just always stand out to me as one of the greatest cartoons I think I've ever seen. Like, even in this day and age, I still revisit it because there's just something about Medabots that's just still so fresh and really enticing to watch. Like, I don't know, it's just, no matter what I'm feeling, whether I'm feeling down or I'm feeling genuinely happy or content in my life, I'll just watch an episode of Medabots, and I don't know, there's just something kind of uplifting. I mean, the Killabot saga is an interesting romp because it tried to be more serious and everything, and I don't know, I don't want to criticise the Killabot saga for trying to be serious because there's nothing wrong with trying something new. Maybe somewhere down the line Medabots should have just stayed as a goofy, campy little romp, you know, with robots shooting each other and stuff, but with that said, I don't blame the Killabot saga for trying something new. I mean, Cam is a very good villain, and you know, the Mystery Medafighter had an interesting backstory as well. And let's not forget the Rubber Robo gang with their really campy, over-the-top, just hilariously goofy way that they generally act. Like, honestly, the Rubber Robo gang are probably going to go down as like some of the most memorable villains of all time. Like, they were just so great. I mean, there was that whole thing with like Shrimp Lips, you know, the really little one that always had a pacifier in his mouth, or dummy, or whatever you want to call it, and they always made jokes about him like needing his nappy changed in the English dub, and it kind of ruined it a bit, but I know they were trying to go for like really, I know that target audience and everything, but it just, you know, it didn't really stop it from being a bit childish, you know, here and there a little bit too much. It's kind of like what happened with the SpongeBob film, you know, that got a bit childish here and there. Like, there's nothing wrong with, you know, dumb humour here and there, but you know, there's like, I think there's like a bar. But you know, when Medabots got it right, it really hit the nail on the head. Like, this cartoon could be just incredible in places. Like, I really enjoy the art style, especially in like the first two sagas, because it could go really experimental. Like, it's like, it can just look so fantastic. Like, I remember watching this cartoon as a kid on Fox Kids, like back in like the very early 2000s, and just being blown away with what this cartoon was like, you know, just watching the Medabots shoot each other, blow each other up, the Rubber Robo gang, and you know, just like, it, even to this day, it's still, and it kind of sucks because what I'm about to say is probably going to be a bit, I don't know, iffy, but I mean, I'm kind of hoping that they do make some kind of reboot to Medabots, but I'm also kind of hoping they don't, because the reason why I say that I'm hoping that they don't is because I just think it'll get censored into oblivion. Like, there's very little that you seem to be allowed to get away with showing in the cartoon nowadays, especially for like kids. Like, I think we'd only just managed to get the Looney Tunes, like Yosemite Sam and Elmer Fudd, they only just got their guns back, which was just bullshit. You know, it's like, I used to watch Bugs Bunny and Daffy Duck like being shot at since I was a kid, and I thought nothing of it. I just thought it was funny. You know, it's like, and that's what I think they're going to do with Medabots. Like, they'll, or at the very least, they'll like try and make it very clear that they're like Nerf guns or something. I mean, you could probably still have some comedic moments with them like shooting Nerf bullets at each other, but I mean at the same time it's like, you know, I don't think it'll also be as dramatic and thrilling as this cartoon was, honestly. I mean, you had like the 10 Days of Darkness, then you had Cam losing his mother at an early age, and you had the Phantom Renegade having to choose, or Henry even, like smashing the original medal for Medabots. And it's like, I think that actually got cut out of the English dub because they thought that would be too dramatic or too intense to show for kids, but then they had scenes of Vector when he was back in Kenya as a kid, like having to sit through all them like Medabots like shooting each other, shooting like innocent people, like War Bandit and everything, and it's like that really double standard. And you know, it's, you could kind of almost see that there was some censorship going on. I think that's why the fighting choreography in the Kilobot saga wasn't as good as it was in the previous sagas. Like, yeah, it was really weird. Like, sometimes you'd see the Medabots, like one episode we had a Kilobot like throwing vegetables at another one, and it was just so weird how they executed the episode sometimes. But you know, well, I think that basically wraps up my thoughts on Medabots. I don't know whether or not I'll ever do something like this again. I'm hoping you enjoyed watching these series of videos as much as I enjoyed making them. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of glad that I'm done making these, every episode of Medabots reviewed. I mean, I don't know, maybe in the future I'll do something like this again. I really don't know yet. It was kind of just to celebrate hitting view milestones on BitChute. I've really enjoyed using BitChute, and I'm so glad I made an account on there, because YouTube really has, I mean, I say it's gone downhill, it's been going downhill for years now, about like almost a decade now. But you know, it's been weird. But yeah, BitChute good, really good. You just keep doing what you're doing, guys, and thank you for watching. I'm General Chaos, and I'll see you all later.